morning, 12th April 2020. Hope the world is fine, but actually it's not fine. I know maybe you're all sleeping because there is no other work than sleep. Better. Something about Corona. First, let me start with some Europe information. Coronavirus will not overcome us. Queen gives first Easter address is United Kingdom. Details I'm not telling now. Italy, happy couple overcome virus lockdown to marry in Rome. Another news. Moscow shutdown extended as mayor warns things are getting worse is Russia. Turkey's last minute 2-day curfew brings thousands to streets, and there are so many others I already covered. I'll go to next important site, that is Arabian news, which I consider dynamic site also. And what it says, let's go through that. Saudi citizens arrive in Dammam on coronavirus evacuation flight from Malaysia. Saudi police make arrests across country, including curfew violators. Middle East countries return stranded citizens as coronavirus cases rise. And G20 energy ministers favor measures to rebalance global oil markets. They want to increase price actually. And global COVID-19 death toll crosses 1,100,000 milestone. And experts warn against vulnerabilities of apps video conferencing platform. Saudi pension agency provides services to 1.2 million citizens. And in Middle East, Iran begins lifting restrictions after virus lockdown, and war-ravaged Yemen moves to stem spread of virus. Lebanon scrambles to fight pandemic as cases reach 619. And world Arab doctors on Italy's front lines against coronavirus. And Kabul rejects request to extradite Daesh leaders, help at hand for Bangladesh workers in Middle East. And Al Jazeera, which is also another good platform, is telling US overtakes Italy with highest coronavirus deaths, and live updates. Total number of US deaths more than 20,000 now, and number of virus cases exceeds 500,000. So 20,000 died in America, and on an average was 100,000. So 20% corona deaths are from America, and 500,000 have been affected there out of 1,200,000. This is very bad news for US and for whole world. And Tunisians struggle under coronavirus lockdown. Tunisians demand, we need food. This is Tunisians. Bangladesh hangs killer of founding father Mujibur Rahman. Amnesty video shows extreme overcrowding in Cambodia prison. So these news are from there. Let's just go to Gulf news, which is from UAE. Gulf news, just I'm reading news, I will not read details here. COVID-19 UAE announces. COVID-19 UAE announces 376 new cases and 4 deaths. Workers stuck in UAE feel betrayed by their governments. UAE has offered to fly standard Indians, and I should go to our news, and that is Indian Express, let me see what it says. Telangana extends lockdown. This is Sachin Blake leaves. Sachin pilot interview, not concerned with that. Anyway, Sachin pilot interview, we cannot allow India to go US way, easing of lockdown has to be staggered. Leave this, I don't understand this Indian news, forget it. Let me go to China's news just for a minute. What China says, that's all important news. And coronavirus could target immune system by killing protective cells. This was previously also as such, this was news. Okay. Deadly coronavirus comes in 3 variants, researchers find. Coronavirus latest US death toll now highest in world. China is not safe while COVID-19 keeps spreading around world. Hong Kong hits 1,000 cases, and US wants African Americans to avoid gang zone due to discrimination fears. So this is what I close it now, because this is what general news is regarding whole world coronavirus. We should be surprised to see US 20,000 deaths, more than 20,000 deaths, and yesterday was more than 500,000 cases. Now it's be around 550,000 as I know. So 20,000 deaths out of 100,000, 20 to 25% deaths are being reported from US, which is number 1 now. It has crossed Italy. So you know what superpower US failed in its entire attempts to combat COVID-19, and our country Bharat, India, is on first step. It has to rise further, and we have failed to combat it because we are not conducting any test, and we are just depending on lockdown, which is only precautionary measure, not treatment, not intermediate treatment. So corona is successful. Every day it is succeeding to kill humanity, and therefore I usually call it Pralay. Pralay, you know, when total destruction happens, but this Pralay is not for earth, this Pralay is not for mountains, not for rivers or for seas. This total destruction is for humanity. Humanity is being destroyed by its manufacturer, its God, and humanity is being taught a lesson that try to live together, because we were not living together. We were busy in destructing our earth. We are busy in destructing our atmosphere. So how far can God digest all this? I am not scientifically based in this statement that I am making, though it's my imagination, you can say. Actually, I am not thinking that this is certain kind of real epidemic or pandemic as you are calling. This is something, action by God, stern action, is warning and jail for all people of God. Good or bad, we all are. We did all kinds of crime in our past, and still we are doing crimes. Directly or indirectly, we are busy in crimes, all countries. We are doing everything to kill humanity. Atom bomb, hydrogen bomb, nuclear bomb, and chemical food, polluted air, everything we are contributing to, all. There were countries who were treated as superpowers long before, and now also. Those countries have failed completely. There is no country at this time in whole world which country can say that I am really a nation which successfully controlled this problem. Not even a single country. People trusted some countries who are having power, but no, they failed. Scientists have failed. Scientists have been busy in searching what caused originally this problem, but they have submitted tens of theories without any confirmation and without any declaration that this is real cause. So as of today, there is no No guarantee, there is no confirmation, there is no concrete declaration that this is reason for this disease, for this problem. Only imaginations, hypothetical skepticism, and politicians are blaming each other, which is very bad. These politicians have no values all over the world, same, no difference. All are dishonest, all are liars. Don't depend upon them because they have failed everywhere. Europe, which was considered a master of technology, has failed. Far East, all ever they have failed. If you go to America, you know what happens. Africa is not very expert in this, and we are nowhere. We are nowhere at all. We have not even understood what to do. Yes, lockdown is there everywhere. Whole world is under lockdown. Arab, which thought that it can spend money and it can win everything, has failed totally. You see, it started with very little cases. Saudi Arab, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, all this started minimum cases and actually no cases, you say. But see situation now. Saudi expects 200,000 cases. 150 royal family members already in hospital. They are asking for more beds. Means whole royal family probably is affected. Oman, which did not do anything, but now they are also getting cases. Kuwait is same thing, Qatar is same thing. More than 2,500 cases I have reported in Qatar. Oh, they were all fighting, There were 3-4 fights all over the world. It have been last couple of years. Fighting between Qatar and quadruped Egypt, your UAE, Saudi Arab, and one more. They were fighting together. Still they are fighting. If you see United States and China, they had fighting for economical trade of balance of trades for last 3 or 4 years since then Trump joined his office, and since this Jai he upgraded himself as permanent president. Both have been fighting for balance of trade, $200 billion, 200, all that they wasted just 3-4 years in that dispute. UK and European Union had been busy in their Brexit issue. Israel and Palestine have been fighting for long without any reason, just fighting for sake of fighting. And if you see this Hong Kong issue, always disputes. Taiwan, there's no place in the world that has brought peace to the world. That is really a sorry state of our world. We are just busy in these affairs everywhere, and our country busy in our own affairs, which we don't consider affairs. We are busy in Jammu Kashmir, in that and this, without controlling anything, without controlling any development. So what I say, whole world has failed itself. Arabian countries think they should sell oil, which is their food. If they don't sell oil, they cannot live. Nobody cared for such types of disease. Nobody cares for environment. Nobody cares for earth. Nobody cares for anything. So you see, these people know I am talking. They very well know. Message has gone. Still, this nonsense people are calling without any purpose. This problem they try to disturb for what I don't understand. Stupids are actually everywhere. So God is punishing everybody. That's true. That's right. It should punish. These countries think they are everything, and we also say we involved with these people. God punishing everybody. This is true. God has every right to punish people. We spoil earth. We spoil environment. Don't we deserve punishment? We deserve punishment. We have become lazy. We have become, luxurious. We want to live comfortable life. We want to do hard work. So we have to face results. Economical situation now, excellently bad. Outstandingly bad, I can say, though his word is not correct. It's outstandingly worst. We are going to face 40 to 50 crores unemployment. in our country. You know how? Construction workers, factory workers, industrial workers. You know how many are there? All industries are down, all factories are down. Agriculture is certainly down because they don't have money and food. Workers have come back, some are stranded. So you know, workers are strength of our country because we are no mechanical country. We are still based on workforce, and government fails to take care of workforce. Public fails to take care of workforce. Middle class people are inside rooms. They have kept themselves happy. They are enjoying within room, but those people who don't have any facility, who don't have any good house, they are staying in slums. How can they enjoy when they don't have food? Neither Prime Minister thought of them, nor President thought of them, and not public thought of them. Some people are helping them. That's very negligible. So, do you consider humanity here? No humanity considered. Humanity is just considered commodity. It's like vegetable. Use these workers and throw them off. You think of if you earn daily 200 rupees, 300 rupees, 400 rupees daily and eat daily, and if you're devoid of that work, if you're thrown off, you're laid off, how shall you take your food? Just think of. No one is thinking for them. It is really very sad situation that these people who voted someone and that person is not helping them. There is no meaning of vote. What was happening now? People are getting anguished. Their temperatures are rising. They don't bother about these kind of lockdowns when they feel hungry. And when they are hungry, they have certainly to die. So why don't you come out and fight? They think that. So they are started doing in Gujarat itself. They came out. It's a start. Everybody can come out from everywhere, because when your stomach is empty, you are hungry, you will not think of someone or some lockdown. You will come out and fight for food. Why did government not understand this point? Yes, those who have money, they are not worried. They are in rooms, they don't come out. But everybody does not have money. And this is not only in our country, this is happening in many countries. Lockdowns are violated. It was violated in Italy. It is violated in France. It is still being violated in USA. It is violated in many places. Human is human. Now they have started saying that there is no meaning of any group bloc, for example, European Union. They have started thinking, what's the purpose of European Union when you cannot help each other? If you see all world keep on fighting because of economy, if everybody thinks I should have money, everybody fights for money, where that situation ends, just think of that. Now they are thinking many issues, which you never thought before. They okay, well, don't use some items, it's only for 3 years, use for 2 years and throw, stop this policy. For example, mobile, you are used for 2 years, now new revised version has come, and you throw that one, buy another one. This policy they want to stop. Same way, there are so many appliances in your home, washing machines, television, many other appliances which are upgraded every 2 or 3 years. So you buy them new and exchange them or do something. So they say use them continuously for a couple of years. Don't throw them, try to repair them. Because if you throw them, it adds to pollution. Well, that's right point. Why to add to pollution? Use it further. Such kind of policies are being considered which they never considered before. Because they have failed to handle such waste. They have failed to handle such item. They do not want to handle waste and add to environment. So what I am stating, now world is going to change at many levels. Previous policies are being deleted and there may be new policies certainly, and new lifestyle I think will emerge. After this problem may be over in a couple of years, I am expecting this problem to continue for years. It's not going to stop in 1 or 2 months. We shall have to adjust with it, certainly. One European leader was saying yesterday, there will be time that we will stop handshake. It's a statement, means we have to stop handshake and we have to change our, we have to find our new friends, because existing friends haven't proved to be friendship. So we may have to search out something, and we have to change lifestyle, and we have to actually change our living style. As we had changed to nuclear family status, maybe we will recall our family system. So many such decisions are being automatically taken without any proposals. European Union are thinking that way because they have lost their people. US is losing people as if people have no meaning. Same US which used to thought my every citizen is very powerful, and if somebody plays with my citizen, I'll teach them a lesson. Now same US which people have started calling, you are no more world leader. You could not handle your country. How shall you handle other countries? You should have done positively in this stage. You should have helped others, but you are just thinking of yourself. So you are no more a world leader. People have started talking like that. Certainly people will stop, because you could not handle your people. You destroyed your health system. There was a good health system in US, but this gentleman, this leader did not care for that, because this did not like face of Obama and blocked that system, damaged that system. Same thing here in our country. Nobody cared for health. They handed health to private system, private hospitals, and now private hospitals are doing nothing for this problem. Just think of where we are going. Our country never cared for health. Our country never cared for education. Very, very small budgets for that. Now whole world is surprised that they should think for health system renovation. Means they should allot more budget to health. Now they are thinking when people have died. 100,000 officially figure that they have gone, and I think when their official 100,000, you should consider 500,000, because there are people who reported and there are multiple number of people who did not report at all. They will be lying somewhere at homes. When lockdown is off, they will see how many people come out, how dead bodies come out of homes. So when such number of people die, such number of people are in trouble. What you can say, what I can say, this means this is an attack by super souls, by superpower of universe on human, to teach human a lesson. And if we do not learn now, we can never learn. If we do not take care of nature, we do not follow nature, if we do not preserve our bodies like water body, if we do not preserve our natural bodies, mountains, forests, all that, if we do not preserve, if we do not change our lifestyle from luxurious lifestyle to simple lifestyle, if we do that, certainly we shall gain more and more attacks, beatings by nature. This is what I think. This is lesson to humanity, that you failed to take care of wealth, resources, water bodies, forests, environment. This is a combined action by superpower to us. This is my basic thought, that humans should change now all over the world. Those who think they are powerful actually are not powerful, and don't think they are not powerful, they are also not same. If we cannot take care of poor people, we are worst, and this has proved that we are worst. Those who are money, they were inside rooms. Leaders are not in front. To whom you appointed your MPs, they are not helping. MLAs are not available. Who took care of these poor people who left their temporary homes and walked on roads? They are in crores. Some have reached home, some are stranded on way. There is no one to take care of them. Even if they are giving food, they are showing as if they are doing some ahsan, some obligation on them. Is it not our duty? They are not our citizens. Are we doing obligation on them? Because they don't have money, you are acting as such. If we were on that place, what we would have done? What we would have thought? This means actually we have cruel mentality, not gentle mentality. Every citizen who is not thinking of them, every political person who is not thinking of them, I call them cruel mentality. You are thinking of politicians, you are thinking of political parties, you are not thinking of real citizens of this country, these poor people. It's not here alone. You see, Middle East, still Palestinians are being beaten in this situation. Whole world is fighting with something, and they are still torturing them. Israel is torturing Palestine. They don't consider human being. Wherever war is going on, people don't have any degree of shame. It's everywhere like that. So God is right. God shall continue till people don't understand. Because for God, if one dies or 1 crore dies, it doesn't make any difference in the health of God. Many people die every day. He doesn't care. Why should he care? If crores may die, it doesn't matter. Why should he worry? Why should he worry? He is not your servant, my servant. But this corona, we call it corona, but I say this is action, reaction, prosecution of human being by God. We have done, we are getting this return. Something we have done, we are getting this return. And that's no unjustified, it's justified. Pure justified. That's what I wanted to say. We have to change ourselves. And this problem is going to continue. It's not going to stop. And yesterday also people, the scientists concluded that until this is removed from earth, finally, completely, this shall continue. Don't think if it temporarily leaves your country, it won't come back. It won't come back until it's somewhere else. Surprisingly, this started from wherever it started. It has reached all over the world. All over the world. I never expect to see something happens. How can some disease start here and go to 15,000 kilometers from here? This means this is something else. It's not what we are thinking. Yes, you may call it pandemic, but I think so. That some great soul army has come down. Though I'm educated, I should not say that, but I don't have any proof. I just imagine that. My imagination says some powerful army, invisible army has come down on earth, deployed by superpower, and that army has consolidated its positions all over the world in a professional manner, in an organized manner, and they are now catching hold of those who are criminals in politics, and it is attacking them, because it is particularly attacking the top people first and then coming down to attack others. I should say that this is that type of action which I cannot prove. I can only think and imagine. That's what I say. So let us conclude this part of corona or general important significant talk, because this is an only issue that shall be remembered for hundreds of years to come, that this happened. All other news have been hidden. This is only news everywhere, on newspapers, televisions, all related to corona, destruction of human being. This is actually destruction of humanity, and that's why I'm calling it total destruction or so-called pralaya. This is kind of pralaya where death has got no meaning, destruction no meaning. You can die any moment as per what's happening. Now, continuing further on other issues that yesterday also I talked about this, that do something, save your time, but I think people are not serious. They should be serious for their future. Now, I think it shall take 2 to 3 years minimum for reinstatement of industries, factories, employment, unemployment, development, whatever has been obstructed now. It will take couple of years to be reformed. Reformed in a sense, new style, new investment, change to some extent. So employment and unemployment both are going to be re-percentaged, like total unemployment as expected or calculated by whole world is about 70 billion, 70 crores, 70 crores losses of jobs all over the world. 70 crore job losses. Total population of world is 800 crores. 70 crore job, around less than 10%, you can say 8% or 9%, 8 to 9% job losses around world. Is it not a question mark? Already there was unemployment, and now it is going to exceed 5 to 10%, it may be 9%, 10% depending, and every country shall think of its own. Why should they think for others? An integrated state of whole world has actually been broken. If countries start thinking for themselves, you cannot say that you are thinking for others. America was considered as world leader not because of its power, but because it used to think for others also. United Nations was a body for all. WHO is a body for all. But in this situation, they don't have funds. United Nations is short of funds. WHO is short of funds. And if countries stop funding them, just like some countries have warned, America has warned WHO and United Nations, we shall not fund you. This kind of tactics is called, what shall we call it? Gundagardi. If somebody doesn't listen to you, he would say, I will not give money to you. Is that right? Are you not a member of United Nations? Are you not a member of WHO? Means everybody should listen to you first. Only then you can. Are you Dada? Are you king of world? If you are king of world, you think of all. And if you are alone, okay, don't think for others. When you are in problem, you can touch feet of others. Please give me this. And the money question comes, you don't want to pay money. It doesn't work. Well, economy is being affected, and economy is affected, which means development shall be affected. Total development. Everybody had some plans. KSA had some plans, Saudi Arab, that by 2030 we shall get this level of development. Same Muscat, Oman, UAE and all others, and our country. KSA had planned that we will invest so much in your country. We will install this refinery, that refinery, all that. But are they going to do it now? There's always cut on budgets, deficit. They already curtailed their budget because they have transferred their allotted money for corona controls. They may double that also. Now, development is a big question mark. If development is a big question mark, jobs are big question marks. Jobs, if not available, let us say for a couple of years, shall it not give rise to crimes? It shall give rise to crimes. Certainly, all over the world. You may be any country, in anywhere of world, you need money to eat. And particularly youth who starts careers and is in careers, if youth doesn't get money, youth is tampered. Youth cannot digest, cannot move because of money. Of course, those who are not youth, who are old, they must have some money with them, and they will not get jobs so easily. For example, in my case, I am not going to get jobs so easily, not possible. When the youth doesn't have a job, how can I get job? I know that. But job is not a problem here for me. I know I can't do job. I am waiting for my termination of life. Why should I think of job? But those who actually need job, they would prove critical for this world. America is facing unemployment issue now because of money. They need employment after few months. They don't have jobs. All companies are down. Here also all companies are down. And America is thinking not to outsource. Why to outsource when you don't have jobs? In UAE, these contracting companies is still working. In Qatar they are working. They have not stopped for free. They are working still. Of course with reduced strength. These have been asked, not only asked, instructed. For current projects which you are undertaking, those projects you are moving with, whatever price you had signed, you have contracted, renegotiate that one. Reduce price up to 20%. And if you are unable to do that, there may be termination of contract. If you cannot do that, you accept or you don't accept. You have profit or you have no profit. You have margin or no margin. You have to do that. That situation is coming because they want to save money from contracts. They don't have capacity to invest as they thought before. And also new contract, they will do same thing. This is your rate. If you agree, fine. If you don't agree, there are so many others who can get this job. When such situation comes, there was never a worry for any taxation in Gulf countries. I am talking of Gulf countries, not total Middle East. These countries you know which are. There was no problem for taxation long before. If you went to market, you will find discounted articles, goods, foods particularly. Now they are charging VAT and they are taxing your remittances. Whatever money you remittance to your country, a tax is imposed on that. They have started like that. Medical discount is off. You have to spend your money. And they have increased fees of all documentation, all permissions, visas, etc. This means they also expect their money back through these taxation. Now they will do more and more. These were planning to spend on tourism. Saudi Arabia, UAE and all these countries, they were thinking because oil market is down now, there's another way to make money, and that is through tourism. They planned for 10 years, so many years, that we want to promote our tourism so that we have some source of earning. But that too are not flopped. That's also not flopped. Many companies spent in Saudi Arabia, a lot, many. USA company, British company, other companies. Cinemas were opened, so much has happened. Everything is done suddenly. Some even did not initiate, some did not start. Everything is done. This is ultimately loss. Either don't start back immediately. So many world over companies suffers. That's why I'm saying new situation is going to be very unbecoming, very dim. You cannot expect consequences. What's going to happen? So one disease or one epidemic or pandemic you call it has going to create many such epidemics. Ebola continued for 2 or 3 years in 3 or 4 continents. Ebola. This is much more difficult and a kind of threat. A kind of threat has been established in human mind that they will fear of shaking hands, they will fear to sit together. It's already started. They everybody say distance, self-distance, social distance. But today we do not know cause of this disease, still today. Well, really it is thinkable issue for every citizen, every person in this world, how we have to modify our actions, our character, our everything. And remember, whatever you do, wherever you do, if you are dishonest, if you are not sincere to yourself, some time in life you have to pay back. If you do injustice to someone, you have to pay back. Therefore, avoid doing that. What happens? Because once you are in power, your mind cannot think something else. You think that you are something so important you are that public elected you. That kind of situation comes in mind. When you are not in seat, you think you should serve public, and when you join seat, you are thinking exactly change. Oh, I am something, that's why I have to come to this seat. That kind of disease is also a corona. Until you are not in seat, you think you are going to serve people, and when you are in seat, you don't care for them, you ignore them. This is also a corona. And generally with leadership, political leadership, I'm talking, political appointees all over the world think that way. That as this is my birthright seat, just like China president did, oh, this is my seat forever. Just like Russia, Putin is trying to do, this shall be my seat for so many years. That action, that thought, that thinking even is against God's will. Because you don't know what shall happen next moment. How can you say, I can think for 20 years, 30 years to come, or whole life to come? This is called human weakness. That you are hungry for power. Hungry for power. You are not hungry to serve public, to serve God. Because if you serve public, you serve poor, you serve needy, you serve God actually. God placed you in that position for that purpose. But that you forget. You forget. I want to be world leader. A bhook, a hunger, in certain people. I want to be world leader. What for you want to be world leader? Your world is your home. Your world is your nation. You control that first. Why you think to be leaders of others? What's the purpose behind that? This point should be made clear to every person who is in politics. That you have to serve people. If you cannot serve people, you are no use to people. And particularly I am telling this for our country, Bharat, India. I am telling for those who have some kind of narcotism in their mind that they are going to lead this world. If you cannot take care of your people, if you cannot take care of poor in your country, you are not a leader even, forget world leader. If you can't think of your country's citizens, if you cannot think of most poor of society, you are not at all any leader. If somebody doesn't have food in this country, it's fault of management of this government. You are responsible for that. If somebody suffers because of your orders, it's your responsibility. Because you did not think problem of that person and you did your way. There are 29 or 30 chief ministers in this country. Nobody helped these poor openly. Tell me who helped them, except few, and that also in very, very few percentages. Who helped these 40 crores people? We have 40 crores construction workers, factory workers, industrial workers. Lakhs are still suffering, stranded all over our country. Nobody is serious about them. Nobody. Even from Prime Minister's state, Gujarat, people have been suppressed. And yesterday they burst. They came out of their homes. We don't have food. And they got angry. And once they turn into mob, you know what happens? Arson, this and that. When you are a mob, you don't use your mind. Certainly you won't use. You are angry. Does Prime Minister know this? If Prime Minister does not know this, what for Prime Minister is? If Chief Minister don't know this, what for Chief Ministers are? If you keep people without food, yes, first time they accept, second time they accept, but there is a time when they do not fear anything. When they start thinking we have to die without food, then they come out and start beating you what to do. Then they don't care who you are. You are police, you are military, you are leader or whatever you are. They don't care that time. Do not reach that stage is better. Middle class people have money. Riches have money. They can live. But these people don't have money. If you do not think of them, you destroy your country, believe me. You destroy your country. If today Prime Minister does not think for them, opposition does not think for them, you will destroy this country. Here, they know, even somebody is giving food, they are showing, I am giving food. You give food simple. Why you are trying to publish that? You are giving food. Really very, very strange. You want to show to public that we are arranging food. Is this not your duty? Where is Prime Minister? Why is not thinking? Hey, there is no management. There is no management at all. And where are Chief Ministers? Where is management of food? Some political parties are doing, opposition parties are doing their own. What governments are doing? If these governments don't do, which government would do? Some governments from other countries would come, or some aliens would come to feed them. It was 21 days, now maybe it is another 15 days, more than 1 month. Can people stay without food for more than 1 month? Those people who don't have any bank balance, those people who don't have any reserve funds, had they reserve funds, had they some bank balance, why would they have come for these jobs? You force them to come from their villages to cities for these jobs, and also if they do not do, you will not be able to finish your projects. It's not your money. Your money is one part. Your resources is another part. But their hard work is the most important part. If you have a good car, no driver, can it be driven? Either you drive yourself or let some driver do it. Same thing is here. Can you replace them by your own? You can never replace them. Then you are supposed to care for them. And if you don't care for them, you will face such kind of rebuke from them. And they are not wrong at this point. If I am hungry, I can break head of someone who talks something nonsense. If I am hungry and somebody is teaching me that don't feel hunger, I'll give slap on his face. You remain hungry first. And then I'll teach you. Humanity needs food. Food is first requirement. And if your appointed leaders do not understand that, then they should be kicked off, simple. They would be kicked off. And that stage is coming. Unrest in society can result in such lockdown if you don't supply them food. At least China supplied food to everybody. Why don't you supply? And don't try to tell if you give food, I am giving you food. This is your duty to give food. You are not giving from your pocket, you are giving from public funds. That is your duty, and if you don't do your duty, then public shall do its duty. And you know what is public duty? Everybody should know about public duty. If somebody has decided I have to die, then for him there is no threat, there is no scares. That person never worries of anything. Because that person has already decided to die. For them, Prime Minister, police, military mean nothing. Do not allow this nation to reach that stage. Even if you continue lockdown, we plan how shall you reach food to them. And if you cannot do it, you will be not in this seat anymore. And stop lying. This is advice. This is also advice. Public who is poor is sufferer, not rich. Rich are sitting in their rooms, they are enjoying life. They are enjoying, they don't care. For them it will be 1 year lockdown, they don't care. But care is for persons who grow daily and eat. This is different kind of political situation, a test of leadership, a test of society, a test of nation, a test of what you think about. And whoever understands this well, whoever performs in this test well, shall actually lead society, shall progress in future. Now words are not going to pay anything, your slogans are not going to pay anything, your lectures are not going to pay anything. Whatever is going to pay is your design, your service, your dedication, your devotion, your commitment. That is also a change in system of quality here. There was no quality governance. There was no quality governance all over the world. It is proved now. Had there been quality governance, such situation like America and countries like ours, like Europe, would haven't occurred. Never have occurred like that. And unfortunately, this has happened, which means there has no quality, there had been no quality, there was no consideration even of quality, and we failed all. When we fail, we have to re-study. Certainly, either you quit study or re-study to pass. We have failed. These leaders and this public who are responsible must understand now who is for you. Who is for you to work for you. We have seen that these political persons cannot solve our problems. This means either we throw them out, replaced by someone else, or we take care of ourselves. When these people fail, it doesn't mean the whole world will stop. When these people fail, it doesn't mean life will stop, because they are not gods. They are like us. They are exactly like us. Nothing more, nothing less. But because we are not clever, we are lazy, we don't want to take responsibility, we say, okay, you enjoy and we want. If public is clear, if public understands, they will change scenario. I think we should change scenario. We should change scenario. Don't depend upon these leaders. All leaders. Quality governance is a must. Because I am talking of quality in my talks these days, that's why for me, every section, every discipline, every life part is governed by quality, which we may understand or we may not understand. What standard you live in your home, what you think, what you work with, what you cook, how you lead your life, all involve certain degree of quality. Quality in a sense, quality living. Doesn't mean a standard of living. I am not talking a standard of living. Quality of living. It doesn't mean hi-fi quality. It means hygienic, economical, sustainable quality system, which means you care for yourself and you care for your neighbor, you care for yourself and you care for your family members, and you care for those who need your care. This means that. It doesn't mean you start spending money. You keep your area clean, that's also a part of quality. You serve good for public, that's also a part of quality. But here, nothing is happening. Government servants do not care. Political leaders do not care. Those who are elected do not care. And public together do not care. In normal circumstances, if somebody is lying dead on road or in accident, people don't care. Because of some problems they expect in future. Those who are interested in employment, they are only interested in employment. They don't upgrade their knowledge. And if they don't upgrade knowledge, every technology comes and every day comes, procedures are changed, methods are changed, so they keep off. When you have jobs, you do not do jobs according to requirement. You do not learn anything, you waste time. What say, if you are driving on road, you do not understand systems, you do not have traffic rules, you drive your way. All these are quality dismissals. You can say, you dismiss some system that you have to follow. If you do not follow any rules, you will make accidents, not only on roads, in other highways also. Highways in a sense, professional highways. If I am working somewhere, if I don't follow quality, certainly I won't produce that item, I won't deliver that item as was expected of me. So, quality, because I talk of quality in construction or somewhere else, quality in every field is required. It requires theoretically and practically both. But you will give only when you understand, you feel that this is required. But people do not feel it's required, or they do not want to produce because it requires hard work. If you have to deliver quality, you have to concentrate on quality, only then you can give. And if you do not consider quality, just think of quantity is enough for me, and you just give a good finish to that. Just like it happens in buildings or in projects, that you give very decorative finish to external work, faces, elevations, internal finishes, and so see, so beautiful work I have done. So beautiful work I have done. What a quality work I have done. In view, it looks nice. What paint, how beautiful walls. Yes, it looks fine. And that's where one feels happy. Oh yes, it's very good quality. What else do you want? But you do not ask any question on internal items of that building. Hidden items of that building, you are not concerned. Where we fail. It's same thing, you go and buy a car, you go to showroom and see what color of this car is, what length of this car is, how car seat, what color seats are, what facilities are involved inside, can I use this system, can I use that system. So many systems you know, it's automatic gear, it's manual gear, you are interested in that only. And that salesman know it. That salesman knows very well that you will ask such questions. And that person would answer you, oh, very good, this is very good. Not better than that you will find, oh, this is excellent. Salesmanship will rule you. Certainly. But you will not ask questions regarding to those items which actually run car. I went to one showroom once, long back, with my family members because we want to see some car. This was Tata. My family members were asking, seeing this and that. I asked one question, that salesman, tell me what is bhp of engine. Just to tell me that. I don't want to say anything else. and all of them are busy in seeing seat cover, this, that, all internal arrangements. That person was surprised. He told me, you are first person since I have been here. Nobody comes and asks this, what BHP engine is. He told me that. If people don't ask, how can I tell them what BHP is? Then he not only told BHP, he also told me what defects car had. He told me, now you ask me, I'll tell you, see, this is defect in this car. There was some other symmetrical, asymmetrical, and no kind of this which could not be noticed by a customer. He told me, see, this is also here, this is also here. Because you now ask me, I'm telling you, if you want to buy, it's up to you. But there is something in this hand. You drive car for seat, or for internal color, external color, or for driving efficiency. You have to decide. If you have driving efficiency, then you think of something else. If some car is says 65 HP only, and you think to high fly that on road with speed of 150 kilometers, it cannot work. Yes, if at one you have 150 HP car, 200 HP car, you can do that. There is a difference. Here in our country, they deliver you 65 HP. Same car they deliver outside, they'll give 110 HP. Big difference. Because here they are getting less price, they are getting for elections there. They earn something. People don't understand. We know they have to drive 60, 70, 80, 100 maximum. I'm not saying you drive 150. That's not a question. Question is, if you have engine that is 110 HP or 150 HP, there is a difference in its performance. It will get less heater, less hot in short time, but lesser powerful engine, say 60 or 70 HP engine, shall be heated up soon. So there can be effect in durability of car. Means it shall spoil in 5 years if your engine is a small capacity. That's why I'm saying we should know what we are. Decoration is not quality, color is not quality, what car is, what building is, what project is, what performance is expected of that, that is quality. Your color can be changed, your seats can be changed, but you cannot change engine. Can you change engine immediately? You cannot. Can you change foundation of building? Can you change reinforcement of building? You cannot. But plaster you can change, brick wall you can change, floor you can change, roof you can change, roofing. You can change that anytime. But reinforcement, columns, beams you cannot change. It's very expensive to change them. That is my purpose of letting people know what should be considered in first priority, what should be considered second priority, and then follow-up priorities. That is my sole purpose, to interact with public, consider this first, consider this second, and then leave it. That is sole purpose. Quality is that. Quality means priority of use. If I am officer, I am project leader, and I want to create quality in every system, first I have to apply that quality onto me. If I go late every day, people shall come late every day following me. My boss is not coming, why should I worry? I will reach 5 minutes earlier than my boss reaches. If this means you are not presenting quality of yourself. If you reach half an hour earlier, they know you are reaching earlier, they will come in time. They would come in time. You have to set example first. If you don't set example first, you cannot get results. We have a habit, bad habit in our country. Oh, why you reach in time? Everybody is 1 hour late. Don't worry, we'll go after half an hour. If you reach late, oh, you are VIP. Oh, this man is great. He is coming half an hour late. You think that way. When if you come in time or before time, I think you are considered obsolete, right? Obsolete person. If this person doesn't know manners, he comes early. That is our standard of living. It's a part of standard of living, how we lead our life. I consider such systems everywhere. Time should be valued because time is a part of system. If you lose time, you cannot get time back. Time is not your servant. It doesn't follow your instructions. And if you establish a system, you have to follow it. Or you join some system, you have to follow that. Two ways. Either you are so capable that you can establish your system, you establish. Or if you have no such opportunity, you can establish a system, you have to join some system, join it. And when you immerse yourself in that, you change it. If you immerse yourself, you understand thoroughly what that system is, and if that system requires some modification, you can do that because people trust you. If you do something, they will do that. Remember, people follow others. There are two types of people. One are those who lead, and there are others who follow. Either lead it or follow it. Follow it to lead it. There's another part. If you follow it means you are considered faithful, you are considered loyal to that system, and when you are considered absolute, you are really loyal to that system, and if you make changes in that, people shall accept that. You cannot make changes immediately. You have to first merge yourself, create trust of your personality, and then you change it without asking, they will follow it. Don't ask them. Change it and follow change. They will come behind you. Because they can't change. They can't even think to change. And you know, change is a must. This is scientific. This is engineering wise. That change is must. Because nature is changing every day. Metals are changing every day. Radioactivity changes metallic, atomic structure. All metals or elements are changing every day. My body is changing every day. Air is changing every day. Trees are changing every day. Change is a must. It has to be accepted by everybody, provided it is not felt. It should not impact on others. If you are changing and somebody notices it, you are an enemy, you are not well-wisher, that person will obstruct you. So we have to be careful when you do something. It should not impact on others. You gradually do it, and that person who does it, that person is called real efficient. You bring whole to yourself. Pull everybody to yourself. But before that, you have to go with everybody, interact with them, wash their brains, and then you adapt your way. Because it's very difficult to make people understand with you. In beginning, they don't. They feel jail. Why this man has come to this organization? This man can affect me, so they will not like you. If they think, no, this man is nothing, we can handle this, nobody will oppose you. If you are very intelligent, you know what to do, you know how to do, they shall not like you. Because generally people like only those who listen to them, who follow them. And if you know everything, you will not follow them. And you will be probably shunted out. Or either you control them by force, or they will throw you out by whatever means. This is also a psychology you have to understand. Means how to handle with people, how to handle them is also an art which requires your quality presentation. You have to present yourself to them You have to befriend them. You have to deal with them. You have to win their trust. It may take some time. And also that if you work hard, you work according to requirement or more than requirement, you are successful in work, they don't like you. It is happening. It happens. They don't like you if you work. You are regular, you are punctual, you comply with systems, you follow instructions, you give instructions, and you point out mistakes of others. They do not like you. You may be good for the organization, but not good for organization parts, and all these are organizational parts. You are also organizational parts. Changing part is a problem until this part stops working. They even try this part which is rubbish, which is not working, try to repair that and work because this is their part. What I am saying is, it's not easy to handle people. Those people who have decided to stay in the organization forever. I have seen such people who do not want to finish some project in time. Not because they cannot do it, because they have no future. If they finish that project in time, they don't have job. They have to wait for 1 year. They think so. They won't complete that time. They will delay that job so that they are kept in employment. This is the hard fact. This is the hard fact. We believe or we don't believe. They don't care if company loses, if organization loses, but they think my job should remain safe. I have seen such people in a higher position. This is human being. All human beings like that. All workers like that. First you are survivable, and if you think your survival is justified and sure, they then think of something else. My such background, I just try to prepare background to let you people know what we should think of. I have multiple experience in multiple companies, not one companies, and with multinationals. I have worked with many nationalities, in fact from many continents all over the world. I dealt with people. I know their mentality, I know their working approach, and I know the degree of pride in them. Pride in sense, there are certain people who listen to you, to your advice. There are some people who seek your assistance or who support you, and there are some people who want your assistance but think that they are big. That type of people also there. Some people sincerely try to help you, and some people request you to help them. Every kind of people are there. Every type of people. Depends on nationality, depends on cultural background, everything. And our people also are there, our country people who always pull legs of each other. They don't care even which country you are working in, they just think of their interest. So I do not mind that actually. This is human habit. You cannot change it. In first welcome, you are not accepted. This is also fact. Either you be first person there and you receive others. So you are already in lead, you can move further. But if you enter there when already some vehicle is moving, it's not easy to find that driving seat, because already there was some driver or there is some driver. So replace a driver is also very difficult in running car. What I am saying is, it is better to find a new job, start a new, if you want to lead on job easily. Yes, you have to start a job, that's also important. Because starting job is not easy. It's not easy. And to run a car which is working is easy. But in that running car, you should get something important. How much petrol that car is having, what documents the car is having, that must you have. That's a must. If I join a new project, I have to work hard, I know. I would do that for some time. until it's streamlined. And once it's streamlined, I think then it automatically moves with certain supervision only. But when I join a project which is already halfway or 75% way, there will be some problems, people are gone, then it's very difficult to merge in that job because you will not find any documentation. You will not find. You will not find any record. You ask others who will not tell you anything. If they will say, oh, that man is responsible. No, that man is responsible. No, that person has gone. This means you have to find lost documents, destroyed documents. That becomes very headache. You will lose time. So in that case, you have to keep job moving, as well as you have to standardize it, you have to improve it, you have to keep milestone in mind, you have to keep delivery date in mind. Otherwise, you are. So that actually a failure. Either do everything individually, find everything, involve yourself, don't involve others. See all files. Maybe files are not available. Then you have to deal with someone to get information. Maybe someone else. You have to get information. Then you can control that. Otherwise, you will suffer. You will suffer. That's what I'm saying. Quality applies everywhere. How I deal with that, you may call it the procedure, or you may call that your role, your personality. That is okay. I accept that. But that personality alone, that aspiration, that method, that desire is not exclusive. I have to use certain formula to get all this information. At same time, I have to keep moving that running project. It's not impossible. I am not saying it's impossible. Possibly, all others pull your legs. There may be 70-80% people who would try to pull you, to let you fall. And if you fall, then you don't exist there. And if you don't fall, you save yourself, then you can move there. And after a while, then they think, oh, this guy is doing something. He's trying to get everything. He's instructing us also. When they see such thing, yeah, this guy is capacity having. This guy has something, some potential. Maybe not 100% as they wish, but they say, no. This person knows something. When they try, and by the time maybe a couple of months passed, then they think, okay, this is a part of company. Means it takes that transition time for you to merge in some organization, and once you are there, then you continue. Not major problem, voice not coming, not getting into voice. Why voice is not coming? I don't understand. The speaker is full, everything is full. Why no voice is coming? How? Why voice is not coming? I can't understand. It's full. Full voice, it should come. Voice is there. I don't know why voice is not coming. Maybe some problem on your computer. Why voice is coming? I don't know. It's very weak. Not working. My network is very weak. Not working. Voice not coming. My voice is full. My voice is full. My voice is full. Full volume. I don't know. I am now in doubt. What is not voice? I don't know. I don't. I am clear here. There is no problem. There is no problem here for voice. I don't know what to do. How can I confirm that voice is there? I cannot, until I move this, I cannot say that. What to do with that? Let me see some video, only then I can understand. Let me see some video on YouTube, then I can understand voice is coming or not coming. Let me play some video on YouTube and see what happens. What video? Let me try some video. Let me try some video. It happens only then.
So I saw in your profile that you like to cook.
Oh, I love it. It's my specialty. सत्ता का दूसरा कार्यकाल और सवाल आपके विपक्ष से.
Well, I think it's perfectly working all right. I don't know why so well. I'll continue. I can't stop like that. By chance, I read that comment, so I was little uneasy. But I think voice is working. There's no problem. I tried YouTube and voice was there. So voice, please check your connection. Maybe there's some audio problem on your computer. Well, I continue about quality. That is a very big issue. Well, sometimes I talk without thinking, and that will be mismatch to your but I think I am sure for my answers. I'm sure for my answers that anyway, now I will just take water. In construction, there are certain factors in construction and in design C1. There are certain factors that are very important to be considered all times. Let us say, what are these? When we have some project, we must know what project is all about. We should know what we have to do, and that's called scope of work. Scope of work. We should know what is that. Means we cannot do anything which is not in our scope. We have to define that. It may be given in our contract, or it may be given somewhere else. We should know what we have to do. Then we should know that what time we have for that one. This means project scope is there and time is there. Then we should know this time and what cost we are going to be paid. Without cost we cannot do anything, right? So we have scope, we have time, we have cost. Then we have to see what resources we have, or what resources we have to procure. So resources another part. Then we have to see also, if in this time we are not able to do this, or we are able to do this, or we have some other problems, what shall be risks? What shall be risks and what shall be level of risks? Then how shall we solve them? That can be also one thing. And then we say resources we have, conserve what resources we have. And when we talk of resources, we talk of human resource, we talk of machine resource, we talk of all other resources, and we have to see who are our partners, who are stakeholders, and then to deal with them, what is communication method. So there are so many factors I have counted now. This means all these factors must have certain information, and that information is known as area of that factor. All these areas are covered on the same project. Now what I am talking is charter of that project related to me, my organization. That charter must contain this information since the beginning of that charter, since the beginning of that project. Even though project has not taken off, it may take off or it may not take off, that is later on we see, but now this is states that this is our charter. This means our right, our privilege, our duty, our milestone, our definition of achievement, scope, risk, time, resource, cost, all that. Which are measure of these? Scope you cannot change, no way, but you will be paid some cost. You cannot change those cost also. If project remains as it is, in lump sum, you cannot change cost which is going to be paid to you, provided there is no change in that scope. But cost that you are going to spend can be changed. That is in your hands. What profit margins you keep for you and what money you spend to do that job, that is in your hands. But that relates to time and quality. So you can say there are three factors which are most important directly, and that factor is what? That factor is time, which make variation on cost. Time makes variation on cost. If you save time, you can save cost. If you don't save time, you can't save cost. And if you expend time, you lose cost. Time is that factor. Cost is their factor then related to time. And the other factor is, third one, quality. There is a defined quality. You have to return that, you have to deliver that on your product, on your delivery. And if you cannot do that, you will not be able to deliver that product. You won't be able to deliver the product, certainly. So what I say, all these factors, this triangular factor, time, cost, quality, TCQ, these are ruling factors, and these ruling factors shall rule only when you get required supports from other factors. You have adequate storage arrangement of materials, lay down area you must have without any extra cost. You must have resources available, human resource, machine resource, material resource, and whatever other resource is required. You must have analyzed the risks. If there is serious risk, you must have serious solution as well. Then you have your stakeholders, you have your vendors, you have many other parties there on project. You have to communicate with them all the way around. So communication factor comes in. Such knowledge you have that you can deal with these factors. I am telling in very plain language, not a professional language. If you can successfully communicate with all, that knowledge you should have. What to communicate, what not to communicate, and where not to fail in communication. Even if you fail in communication, you will affect procurement possibly. You will delay time possibly. So communication knowledge should be clear. There may be a protocol to communicate, or there may not be a protocol. There may not be a definition whom to whom. In that case, you have to communicate with all, but you cannot communicate with all in every case. You cannot communicate complete information related to finances. You cannot do that. Yes, for quality you can communicate, but everybody cannot understand quality. Everybody can understand time. Everybody can understand cost. Everybody can understand resources. Only those points which are too serious, which are not common, you can disassociate with everybody and communicate only to those who are required to be informed with that, and they can abstract out that and provide only required further reduced information to everybody. Though it's a part of management, but it's a part of quality as well. You cannot overlap all management people to know everything, because big volume of papers is also difficult for everybody to digest. They may not even understand where information is. They may not understand that. You have to tell them particularly this information is available here. So a point of communication again comes in. Already you are weak in communication and you are going to overload your work. So there's quality of information, quality of documentation, quality of information based on quality of input. That's what is very complicated process. Quality control that I was talking to you all relate to such type of documentation. I had talked to you many items of quality, and I was there on foundations of structures. What quality we have to consider. Then I had explained to about formworks, steel fixing and pouring of concrete. These all are very important points. We cannot run away from that. These are so important that if you don't keep them in mind, if you don't keep in mind, you will lose something. You shall certainly lose something. And if you lose something, who is there? Mr. Abhinit Kumar, you are welcome, Mr. Abhinit Kumar. Are you getting my voice? Because somebody was not getting my voice. Yuvraj Singh was not getting my voice. I am sure you must be getting my voice, because here I am getting voice. Well, I try to give some example, and I'll give you more examples about quality controls, because quality controls is a part of quality system. If quality control doesn't exist, means your system is virtually defective. This I was talking about documentation, about others, because I keep reminding everything every time. If just I stick to one point, I explain that people may not understand what I am talking about. Management is very expensive here. It doesn't relate to actually that management people learn, which people learn in a formal education of MBA or somewhere else. That management actually does not apply in field. I am talking of project management, construction management, technical management, engineering management, quality management, design management, all that, which that degree does not equip you with. I am not talking of financial management. That's a part of estimation. but our part also, but that is detailed management, that is not policy management. Management is widely defined. You have to define yourself. Nobody can define your management because they don't understand what you are doing. Example, can I define medical management? Can MBA define medical management? Never, never, never. Only a doctor can understand what is medical management, their technology management, operation management. Only they can understand. How can I understand? Until I know what they are doing. Similarly, what we do in field, in engineering, in development, that management is a specific one. Cost management is themselves is how that budget comes. That is not my role. That budget role, how it comes, is something else. But for that budgetary estimate I have to give. What budgetary estimates are required, which is a part of policy management, that is my role to define as an engineer. That for this project you need this much, you can say tentative cost, indicative cost, which is not exact cost, budgetary provision. That is our role in this management. But budget provision is not our role. They have to provide that budget if they want that job, or forget that job, defer that job. There what I am talking is different one. I am talking of design management, I am talking of execution management, you can say planning management, quality management, application management, delivery management, all types of management. One relates to other relates to other. Procurement management is very important, because without procurement you cannot do anything. And a combined effort on communication. Communication, though it is superficial, but it is very significant. What happens? We know job. I know, you know, say, you are expert on your job. You can do that. A doctor, very expert doctor, can write prescription. But if that prescription is not clear, is not complete, compounder or chemist are confused. Though they are not confused, they understand that. But I'm giving an example. Generally, doctors are weak in writing, and generally, we are weak in writing. Not only in writing, even in speech we are weak. We have double defect. We know what we have to see, what we have to do. We know everything, but we are weak in documents. And if you do documentation, that documentation does not speak full. That documents remain defective. Communication is very significant part, because it is route for transmission of information to documents or to others. Therefore, my intention is that do not miss that. Even if you did not study that, you did not study English at higher levels. I know I did not do that as well. I studied English only up to 11th standard. At that time there was no 12th. After that we did not study, because science is itself in English. So don't worry about that. So yes, we did not do that. I understand. You too did not do that. Whatever improvement you got in that, only because of your efforts. No problem for that. I am not concerned about that. But you have to improve. And that's what experience is all about. Just like we improve our knowledge in field, which you could not learn from our university, during our education, you learn in field. So this is also that, you learn in field. What's wrong with that? Engineers always are defeated because of communication. Always are defeated, generally. Other people, administration people, or other professionals, they never worry about communication, because they studied communication in their higher profile education. We study mathematical based, numerical based formula based education where there is no communication. I still remember my colleagues, my classmates who used to like only numericals, physics numericals, applied mechanics numericals, structural designs, and all that. They were happy with that, but not happy with essay writing, not happy with text, geology, social science. These subjects they never preferred because you have to write, you have to think in English. And who bothers about that? First of all, you don't get full marks in that. Second, these are not numericals. They remember formula, they derive formula, they write, apply values and get result. That's best one. Just like our construction people used to tell, don't worry about writing, just make a sketch and we give full marks. So our basic education is burdened with no writing work. I still see same thing. People do not understand value of documentation, particularly engineering community, medical community. We do not value our documentation, and that's where, because of which we fail. We may not realize that doing project work, but we fail when there's dispute. We certainly fail. We have no eyes to show that we could manage that. Because we are not documents oriented. We are actually honest professionals. We trust people. We trust all. But trust is not required. Work is required. Engineers generally fail in this sphere of communication, and which I suggest improve it, because this is a part of professional extra activities. Not actually professional work, but extra work which relates to your professional work. This is a kind of a stick or handle that controls fry pan of your profession. If you cannot write, you cannot communicate, you will be somewhere down in your field. I have not seen books written by professionals. I think rarely. Because they are not used to that. If you ask some professionals, please write method statements of how you will do this job, you will find 95% engineers fail. 95% engineers. It's not because they don't know job. They don't know job. No, they know job. They know it very well, but they know how to do it. That's it. They can instruct foreman, junior engineer or site engineer or some other person who is responsible for that. Do like this, they give 10 instructions, come back. But they won't give a document that speaks about that, because they do not know how to compose it. There are 5% who know it. In designs, they do not do anything. They know design, but they cannot give in writing what is a statement. You have to work on site. They can give design method statement, yes, that they can give, but they cannot give you statement regarding how to do this work. That's all I want to confine. That's the whole purpose this talk is being conducted. It's not that you don't know, you know everything. I just want to add my knowledge to that, to your knowledge, or you tell me where my knowledge can be changed. This is reciprocal. This is reciprocal arrangement. If maybe you know much better than what I am talking, then you correct me or you add something to that. And if I feel, yes, I have missed it, it's agreed, no problem. But my entire approach is that engineer should convert to communicative engineer. Communication and writing is important than just communication. Verbatim has got no value at all. Just like you design, you submit drawings which speaks everything along with the specifications. If that is not available, you cannot work. If you don't issue drawings, you don't issue specifications, you think work can be done? They cannot be done. It can never be done. So our language is drawing. Yes, our language is drawing. But drawing means what? Drawing is only naksha, plan, elevation, section. Is that drawing, you think? I don't think that is drawing. Documentation itself is a drawing. When you write a specification, is that not drawing? Just you think and you draw. When you think, you design and draw, you say that is drawing. When you write a specification, don't you think what I have to write? You have to think. You have to think what you are doing on site, that should be written. You are not just writing because you remember something. Your teacher said something, your professor, no, you don't remember that. When you stand on site and you do something that you write, that is called communication. Once one person, when I was in some company, and I was involved in engineering, you can say office engineering, I used to write these statements for others. Because there was a big job and there were so many statements, so much queries involved. One day one Lebanese person, very senior person, he usually used to come to me, please you can write this for me, because their English is very weak. So I used to help everybody. Tell me how you write this. He just raised this question surprisingly. Because I had written many as such statements in my career. I told him, Mrs. Khanna, this is so easy. I told him in a different way. I just assume I am standing on site. I am sitting here, but I am dreaming I am on site. And what I would do as a foreman, I think I am a foreman, I think I am a charge hand, or I think I am a mason carpenter, nothing. Thinking only. In all these positions, what I do, I write. Simple. At one time I am an engineer, I am writing, I am an engineer, I am thinking that way. Same time I am assistant, I think I should do this. Same time I am this and this and this. And I am writing. I am just writing what I am thinking, what is going on. I am not doing something else. I am not innovating anything. I am not researching anything. I just see what people are doing in a right way, that I reflect on this paper. That's what I am doing, nothing else. You can say I am copying something from imagination. You can imagine only when you have experience. If you have not done work, you cannot imagine. And what you recall from your experience is dream. I was there in that country for 30 years, say, 30 years back. I was in Iraq, I say. Yes, I was there. That's a dream. I am not there now. But I recall that. I immediately recall that. Oh, that time this happened with me that day. How I solved it. I talked to this man. That man responded this. If I write that, because I knew that. I know that. And if I don't know that, I can't write. So that is what I am saying. Converting your thoughts, converting your experience, your mental state onto paper is a statement. State on paper, written on paper, drawn on paper. There are so many sketches I am using in these talks. These are not current sketches. I prepared these sketches long back. Some sketches for projects that I worked in 1981. Onwards, I drew them. There are some sketches which are just my own generation, which is also long back, in 92 to 96. Just say how many years back? 25 years back, 30 years back. If I remember something, I did this job, and I write that, I draw that to my current knowledge, and say that this can be done this way. That is called communication, if you remember. And if you don't remember, you can't write. You cannot generate something. If you want to write something new, that is not based on experience. Or you can design something new, that's okay. That's a part of design. Why I am telling you all this about communication? Because communication is sole network for us. If that communication is not available, I cannot talk to you. I am talking to you because it is a part of communication. What is in my mind, I am trying to give it to your mind. That is, I am thinking. This is communication. Communication is not simple news, it is views. I am giving you my views, you are giving me your views, and that communication can be demolished, that communication can be strengthened. It's both ways. If you are attacked by communication, it can be demolished. If my communication is weak, it will be demolished. If your communication is powerful, my communication is demolished and I have to receive your communication. If it is worth. If I save my communication from demolition, this is I change your communication. That is what's required. What we have to do, we have to think and then do. It's not copying, it's thinking. Books cannot speak what your experience speaks. But there's an advantage. Book is in writing. You can refer to any number of times. But your mental wave is not in writing. Other person cannot understand what I am thinking. And when I express also, I cannot 100% rewrite what I thought. Either I have to change it or I have to add it or I have to edit it. Only then I can say some more percentage has gone. But even then 100% is not clear. There is some efficiency that can be accepted. That's what I am trying to tell you. How much you can receive by someone else from someone else. You add to your own views on that. That's for you. What I talk on quality, this is based on that. Actually, it's not quality, it's procedure. Every quality person has his own approach. Every person working on site has different approach. But to achieve that quality, destination is, milestone is to achieve a product. Achieve a product which is quantitatively and qualitatively valid, acceptable. That is only objective. And then cost factor comes. The edge should be within this cost. This means that quality should be achieved within that cost. If you spend more cost, then quality should be achieved more. More specifically achieved. But that we are not giving. We are saying because this is defined quality, specification is there, drawing is there, and I am giving this product. I am fulfilling my obligation to you. To an extent this contract is concerned, this agreement is concerned, what else do you want? And if I give you something on my own as a part of your benefit, so you remain my consumer forever, you remain my customer forever, that is my loss of profit, but I add value to my product, which is called value engineering. I am giving free of cost something which you are not paying for, so that you remain my customer. That is what is required. Or what else we are doing, tell me? But what is happening is something else. We are paying, as a client I am paying you, but I am not getting return of that 100%. Here question comes in. If I am not getting what I am paying you, this means you are not my good client. I am sorry, you are not my good service provider. I am a good client. You are not caring for me. I am paying you. You are giving me deficient quality material. Either product is bad because of quality or quantity is defective. Either of those two. You promise me you will give me this much quantum with this quality. You are fulfilling either of one or none. It happens. This is where quality stands for. Quality means what you specified must be given. But you do not read the specification. Point lies here. If you do not read the specification, how can you deliver me that quality? So it's a different type of waiting or brainstorming. You can say one and brainstorming. I am just storming. If I am unable to deliver this with this constraint, I have no right to get that money which you are paying me. But I never claim don't pay. I say you pay me full. This means there is injustice. That injustice I want to destroy. If I am getting something, I should pay you back in quality and quantity form, so that that contract is performed. That contract, either written or verbal, agreed with you, must be performed. You buy a ticket of train or bus. I have to reach this destination, you give me a ticket. What is that ticket? That ticket is a contract between a traveler and an operator. You have paid me this money, I will reach you that destination. If that operator cannot reach you that destination, does that operator have any right to charge you full? That cannot charge you full. Either that operator shall arrange another vehicle from that point where it breaks, or he shall say you take money back. That's the only solution. But in that case, I am trapped somewhere. That is what I don't like. You should not trap your client midway, because client is not expert. Client is not expert where you are expert. So you have no right to trap that client. You have to fulfill that assignment with quality. Even then you don't get that job in future, that is another issue. That is where quality works. Quality does not mean quality control only. It does not mean only testing and confirming and ratifying and corroborating that it is quality. It means total quality, which means time, cost and quality. Within defined time, within defined cost, this quality must be achieved so that your production is delivered successfully. That is sole approach behind this. I am just crossing what ISO 9000 says or someone says. That is minimum. That is minimum. But we have to do maximum. They don't force something on you. Quality 9001 does not force anything on you. But you have, ultimately you are service provider. You have to ensure that your customer is more than satisfied. Because if you cannot satisfy your customer, you will not be having any reputation, any reliability. And if you lose your reliability, if you lose your market value, you will be off market sometime. You will be thrown off. You will be laid off, like people are unemployed temporarily. You will be out of job. So that is the point, that in this competitive environment, competitive and sustainable environment, you can say, sustainability and competition is very important. If you don't have reliability of performance, people shall not value you. And reliability is a three points defined term. 3 points means safe, service and durability. Safe, service and durable, which equal to reliable. Means your service should be safe for whatever is required. It should really serve, and it should serve for intended purpose. That purpose is project. If you are successful in that, you are a person, you can say, having certain reputation in your profession. That reliance come again, come again, come again. Once your customer goes, that customer again comes for another project, comes again for another project or for something else. And that can be made possible only when your work is efficient, your work is you can say trustworthy. Customer has trust in you, and trust is, you see, not legal but practical. You may have some contract. If you cannot satisfy them with this, your contract is, you can say, compulsion only, not by heart, not by conscious. You are just working on contract because you signed that one. Your soul is not happy, your spirit is not happy, so there is no meaning of contract, though it is contract. So my limit is that when you do controls on site, when you act on controls on site, you should really understand what these controls are. When you are on site, you have all resources with you, your money, so your material, your human resources, machine resources, your procedures, everything. That time your budget doesn't mean anything. What budget allocation is there doesn't mean anything for you, because that time you are on site, you are on location in front, your only aim is to do that job, that activity. Expenses we'll see later on, because now you are already spent money on these resources. You have to use these resources and progress work, push work. That is what I understand with this. If in this way you fail, you cannot move further. And that's the reason I'm trying to tell you various qualities of work, various writings of work. And I have written that based on my experience only, not based on something else, not extracting some information from some book. Of course, I have in my mind that documents which I used to work with, at least points I have, if not complete description. Points are important always. So what I was talking last time regarding this is quality requirement, and I discussed with you. Let us see what we discuss. Checklist for suspended slab. Suspended slab we have talked of already. Then we have footings. I told you footings about that. I showed you sketches also. I just refreshed that now. RCC footings, blocks for steel frames, and checklist for RCC for DC generators. Okay, I'll here refresh, overlap this one. I explained to you about this suspended slab. I'll just brief that also again. Then I'll do this, pedestal footings, and then so I'll just move here, because that's very important in construction. I start with that, suspended slab, as explained last time in details. I took a lot of time, just brief that one. Suspended slab means structural slab. They call it plate also these days. Means there's 3-4 elements are combined together, which is in frame. It starts with foundation, goes to foundation columns, then superstructure column, then beams, slabs, balcony, etc., etc. And further repetition of that. That is called structural framing or structural anatomy of beams, columns and slabs combination, alliance. And this is in 3 dimensions, not in 2 dimensions alone. The whole building is considered as a unit. I consider whole building as unit, and everybody considers that as far as designs are concerned. Unit action. Nobody can say that your beam should work separately than column, or column should represent foundation, and slab should not work with beams. That is not said. That is not even imagined. They all work together. structural anatomy works together in alliance. If there's a problem on one material, one element, this problem is related to other one or within itself. That integrity of a structure, just like we said, national integrity, structural integrity must be intact all time. That's the sole purpose of understanding. Just like you stand on a stool type, stool, a small structure of timber on which you stand to use your wall, something to wall. Like that, your building should be a big structure of stone. You use that, you stay with that, and if just there is a little deflection, a little sway on building, that sway must be rebound, rebooked. It should not be tilted, it should not settle. All that is design criteria, but related to construction. If I have to produce that type of building, which is integral unit to respond to soil, that structural management, structural governance, structural relativity, construction or connectivity should be linked to building whole as a whole and soil. That is what we are interested in and talked about that. We discussed with excavation, we discussed with foundation soil, how to think of that, how to understand that, and then how to do foundation work, how to do footing, how to do subcolumns, how to do waterproofing or soil protection from concrete protection from adverse impact of soils, and then how to do short columns and how to do your groundwork, and then filling and etc. and then go up, how to do columns, and then how to do beams and slabs. Like that we study. And in slabs, of course, we call it suspension system. Suspended slab means integrity of beam and slab with columns, heads. All this to be cast one time, so that at least this portion is monolithic. If wall is not, the wall can be also made monolithic by true combination at junctions of wall and your door of home. All should use, and this can be done only when it is designed and constructed accordingly. If design is excellent, construction is rubbish, you cannot get that. You cannot get what you want to get. If your construction is not in line to your design, and that generally I have seen these are not in lines in common, and that is where we fail. Not only we fail, many other countries fail, because engineering is not limited to one country. Engineering is limited to all countries. I have seen buildings failure in China, buildings failure so many elsewhere in the world, including our country. Why that failure occurs? That occurs because there is no management here, there is no government of that profession. Nobody thinks of, if you seek something, some passerby is there, you must, okay, give me something, I'll take a drink, I'll take a glass of water. If you use that and the person takes it, then easily go out and drive away with tractor. If he says, no, we don't have food, we cannot give you, then we have to see that also. It's not simply that, how to work, how to think that you are working as a professional. That was, you can say, details of my talk. In that suspended slab, I talked of method statements, how to make forms, how to use your you can say, how to connect them, how to try to make them monolithic, so that whole beams, columns and suspended system of beams, columns and slab, beams, connections should be united and applied onto your works. That explanations I gave, which is not very difficult. Columns management by shutters, by pouring, by steel, how to keep controls on undue pressures, which certainly would come because of fluid pressure, and how to handle curing, how to handle repairs, and how to handle formwork and shutters and steel reinforcement of suspended slab. That that criteria, that explanation was given last time. I also explained how to work with shutters, how to design shutters. I think I told you. If I didn't tell you that, I'll tell now. We have to design our supporting system as well. So it's not very difficult, but we have to think on that, because sometimes we don't know strength of these steel elements, which may be in the block system or which may be in props or somewhere else. This point has to be understood by every engineer. If it's not your system, you are taking systems on rent, then that person must give you calculation of that system. So it is that person's system. That point we should understand. I think this I'll explain to you now. You may be using bullies, wooden bullies, which is remote, is obsolete these days, but people don't accept that. People use it because they get this on rents. So you use bullies, or you use your propping system, or you use your kick, this what you call it, structural piping system. This is, you can say, using locking each other, cup lock system. It is called cup lock. You have, I think, in that system certain grid dimensions, which is often 1.2 meters by 2.4 meters generally, and vertical member of that system, that framing, must share its part of load and movement. Now we will say how load and movement have come here. Certainly load from a slab during pouring goes to this system and then distribute further. And if there is a problem in that system, then your shuttering would not work properly, because load is not reaching to lower portion of your system. So that's why this must be analyzed, and methods. Being civil engineer, what methods are, how much load you are getting on one bay full or any stage, whatever load is coming on that vertical member of this block system, you must know by calculations. Whatever bending moment is coming on that, you must know how this horizontal pipe can take, how this vertical pipe can take. And of course some other systems like which people may remember later on, they check that shear force, deflection, shear force also are handled there. And if you don't have information on the strength of that pipe or this vertical member of the block, you have to take that information from its vendor, or vendor should give you design, because vendor understands what's value of design at this stage of that material, because that material is permanent, and how many years it has been used, how many times it has used, what deficiencies this have, whether this is really reliable for you to table is safe to that destination. All that must be seen. It's not difficult. It can be visualized from thickness of this member, how badly your steel is hit. That point must be seen. I have seen drawings that certain proprietary distributors of this scaffolding system submitted to us professional drawings for purpose of design, and these were even shown to our consultants for purpose of approvals. So they consider each calculation, where load is coming, how much load is coming, what's that, all depending on that portion. And they conducted examinations as such. There was only those syllabus which students could learn, and this was welcomed by one university, that is Satya Dava. If you understand the example I am giving you, let us say there's a 2.5 into 1.2 meter slab, which let us consider general areas. So you just calculate that. It's not difficult. You can say it's not difficult. Let us say, I'm just giving you an example. Let us say 2.5, 2.4. Let us 2.4 into 1.25. This is 3. This is square meter of this grid, and this grid will become, this is drawing this part load from 4 directions, So how much load will come here? This load shall be 3 tons on one pipe. Let us assume that. Assumption. On one vertical member this shall be load. You can similarly find what shall be bending moment of that on your whole beam. That point you must understand how to calculate that. Just like I am saying 3 tons, this is going to columns, but this 3 ton is divided on 4 sides, because I am considering all directions one slab. So this is load coming from one beam. This can be divided by where load is coming, how much is coming, and this way we can calculate bending moment on one member, horizontal member, or direct load on this cup block material or prop. If it is prop, you can say direct load, there is no bending here because it's vertical member. Or if it is your wooden bully, you should know what the strength of that bully is and how much your load is coming from that connection. You can estimate whether your system is safe or unsafe. It depends upon how many times that steel member has been used. So productivity, its resistance is reduced, and whether your system is safe in load, is safe in bending, or safe in shear, you can find out that, or your vendor's engineer can find out that and can give you details if you are not expert of that due to whatever reason. This is actually professional work we have to do. We know what ply we are using. People are using certain 18 mm thick ply or more even when thickness is more. So what I mean to say, you have to calculate whatever system you are using, what is resistance in that system, and that resistance you can ask your vendor to give you, or let that person decide, because new pipe and used pipes, if some pipe has been used for 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, you cannot give that. You cannot even decide that this pipe has got this resistance. Either you test that first, and because these vendors keep on testing from time to time, they reject some pipes as well, because this is a question of life and death. If your system fails, your shuttering will be down, your people will be down, and you shall, or your contractor shall face such problems. This point we must deal this way, otherwise we lose a lot. It is simple technical point here, and sometimes we lose your retaining walls. We must apply in basements, but they say leave it. So when they say leave it, you will find problem there as well. What I mean to say, that be sure of what you are doing. Don't just take it in natural control. If you think that there's something wrong, raise your question. How much I should take this? How many square meter of load we transfer to each column? That must be well calculated. You must know the strength of your prop is generally never exceeds 2.5 to 3 tons, and in that case of props you cannot say bending moment or shear force, because that is simply supported column. Then if you use something else, then you might have to check your title or your you can say food, means food for thought. And if you calculate all this, you calculate shutting and supporting system, and you are happy with that, my load is not that much, you must be clear about attack on monkeys on people and form work. Now after that you are sure that my form is safe, it's no question of credit or debit. Question is what I ask you. What is asked to do if you keep all documents set in file? You have to be sure of your plywood, your timber battens, or your bolts you are using. Generally bolts are very powerful, very resistive. Even then, this may not be straight, they may bend. These points, you should know what your 3 inches by 2 inches wood or 2 inches by 2 inches wood sustain in reality. That time cannot be forgotten. That time, and well, when I use this system and calculated everything, despite grid being 2.4 into 1.25 meters, it was very strong on side look, and it works well if everything is intact. Though in propping it's not very much strong, you are confident, and in ballets you are never confident but overconfident, because such people say, I don't trust this system, Kablock system or this and that system, I have more trust in ballets. So such people always are available, because it is easy for them, it is difficult for them to fix complete system, that's structural steel system or Navy system. So that's what I'm stressing. Don't be happy with what these people say. These people experience that system themselves. They do not sit just so sleeping, but they care for money. Just if you care for that, you will not get anything, because your godfather raised such questions to everybody. If system fails, if I am sure my system is right, I design it, I produce the design, and you are happy with that, then it should fail. But unfortunately some accidents happen, and that is really due to design or some other relation. This shall be investigated later. But what I say, this requires your attention as a part of quality control system, that you ensure this system is right. That's what required. Then you brace that, already is braced, you can see first but there is, and you think what thickness of a slab, how much force is coming from there, you calculate that force, you take also into consideration, is staying for long, more than 1 month, it should automatically come back, and if it doesn't come back, then who shall be responsible? So was my purpose to tell you how to calculate this, particularly slab support. Columns also you can calculate, but columns you are using shuttering, but you can calculate that force, that's not a problem, because column is also filled with filth, and there's a horizontal resistance at some point, that's H over 3, while WH cube or WH square over 3, WH square, WH into H over 2. We are triangular there. So WH square, WH over 2, W half into base into height. Base is base is WH and height is H. Yes, that formula, WH square 2 and WH cube over 6 for bending moment. So formula of horizontal resistance you can use at that point L over 3 from base, where your horizontal resistance pressure of concrete shall be weighed at that point. If you use that calculation this way, you can understand what I am talking, where quality works. And not only this, pressure calculation of concrete pressure calculation. I think I put some document here. If I find, I can show you what do I mean with that. Maybe you are not clear, it's very much technical, but it's also not very much technical if you understand that. I remember I put some file here. If I can find it, let me see if I can find it, otherwise I'll continue. Basis of designs, documents, this is ANC contract controls, renewals, knowledge loss, contribution, knowledge contribution, service tax, claim final law, government of the state, Royal Charter, 136. I don't think in this one it is. Knowledge contribution or something in that. Changing cities, GGBS, say North Jeddah Hospital project, technical queries of concrete, project management. Oh, I'll find may not be here. But technical queries of concrete are there. What it says. Yeah, there's something here. I will speak for you there. Maybe some additional information I'm giving you now. Let us see. I'll give you that calculation. I got a file that is practical technical queries of concrete. Let me just inform you that, so I got it. I just will share with you immediately, because this is, you know, so this is practical technical queries of concrete. Just I recorded sometime. I will share with you because I got file immediately. There were some replies given to some people, remaining to be replied later. Part replies citizen. Say let's say large footings to be designated as massive blocks. Large footings, large footings to be designated as massive blocks or thick members do not require very vertical defined joints. Thick members do not require vertical defined joints. Question is not explicitly clear. What size and volume of footing is questioned? Somebody asked this, some question, but parameters of questions were not very clear, so I just replied like that. Now another is current practices for massive block. This is for machine foundations, massive blocks. Concreting is affected using 70% GGBS replacement or a combination for GGBS PFA, so-called SCM replacement of cement. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about for environment friendly cementing material. It says current practice is for massive block. Current practice is for massive block. You can read this. Now what it says, again I repeat, current practice is for massive blocks. Concreting is affected using 70% GGBS replacement or a combination of GGBS and PFA, so-called SCM, that is called supplementary cementing material replacement of cement. What does it mean actually? It's so simple. OPC is not used 100% these days, ordinary Portland cement, because it is not environment friendly and it causes cracking in concrete also. So what actually is done, you may be knowing that, I cannot say you do not know. Just this for information of everybody, because this is for public, that GGBS is used, PFA is used. GGBS is ground granulated blast furnace slag. This is very different kind of byproduct that comes from iron smelting units, and this works with cement in combination cement excellently well for low heat generation and cracks free concrete. This is replacement of OPC. You replace OPC and use GGBS in that place, and GGBS is variant. You can do as much as fine as you want, you can ground that much, and you can, there are varying placements for up to 70% you can use and make concrete much better in working as well as in its design results, or you can say its performance up to 70% or maybe 80%, or in the combination with GGBS, PFA, because there is a limitation of PFA. You cannot have full hand on PFA variation, but GGBS allows you to use it free for considerations. This is called supplementary cementing material, and this performs much better than OPC. Just for information, then I'll say vertical joints are conducted by virtual stepping mode concreting in sequence so that cold joints are allowed. Uh, Cold joints are not allowed. You know what does it mean? And there's another point also, let me speak first so that if I stop on explanation, I miss that. Other point is differential thermocouples are inserted in monitoring thermal gradients. This was also one of reply. Differential thermocouples are inserted to monitor thermal resistance. Then normal curing is not carried out by thermal curing. Normal curing is not carried out but thermal curing. In case of vertical joints, limitation for concrete volume is required, and if so, agree. For joint formation, vertical joint is formed using metallic, and intermediate division with reinforcing bars continuity. Then its question about repropping. Repropping pertinent PT slab is not clear. PT slabs can directly be put on cast in situ beams for slab formation and used as permanent forms on which diaphragm constituent of cast in concrete is placed. This is where partly we use pre-tensioned or pre-stressed concrete on cast in situ basis. This is for, you can say, fast track projects of construction where columns and bearing beams are constructed cast in situ, and on them we bring hollow core sections HCS and place on which we place diaphragmic thin slab, so that this hollow core slab and that top thin layer of concrete acts as one unit, where this required one unit is act as one unit, and it should not be broken away. This means that. Then also columns starter bars are placed from stub columns, followed but full length bar covering up to floor zero bending moment location, avoiding movement area. This was another question answer to someone, and the question is not necessary, just answer I'm telling because of informative knowledge. Then another question was, and I answered like this: a coupler. I'll just show you first. I'll read it later. It says couplers should be used for bar. Couplers should be used for bars more than T25. Conveniently, since it's difficult to work on for higher diameter bars. Yet prior to deciding about inclusion of couplers, Practical tests for tension should be conducted by a specific testing equipment laboratory. Then practically contemplating only one grade should be included for whole floor from control viewpoint. Use of different grade of concrete do cause delivery issue and column cap concrete variation. Somebody asked for wearing different grades, so I did not recommend that, though it's not impossible. But control is very limited on that. Means control cannot be conducted to that extent. I'll go next one just for technical and general information. This is before I move on forward. Concrete pavement, concrete paver, interlocking blocks should be 49 Newton according to code, 80 mm thickness for traffic areas and 60 mm thickness for walking areas. Then curing compound. Curing compound is a good replacement for water but should be selected with caution. Then I say two types of compound used to be available: wax based and water based. Wax based forms a gelatinous layer, or you may call it gelatinous layer, it's up to you, it doesn't matter, on concrete surface, which takes about 6 months to naturally degrade, or which takes about 6 months for natural degradation or being scrapped, you can say, or you have to scrap used to deteriorate it or decompose it fully when plastering or rendering is required earlier. Okay. Water-based curing compound is partly effective only since it evaporates easily. Now, prior to use of compound, water should be sprinkled on vertical surface so that it retains within formed gelatinous layer. Prior to use of curing compound, water should be sprinkled on vertical surface so that it retains within formed gelatinous layer. You understand what it says? Just again see. Actually, curing compound is never 100% effective on horizontal members that are accessible during curing duration. In addition to curing compound, water curing should be supplemented. Compound should be used only for avoiding initial cracks formations. Not only, keep my glass off, not only on cast in situ piles, but on all cast in situ concrete, reinforcing bars quantity for all concrete ordering purposes should be deducted from theoretical quantity, but for estimation purpose only. No such deduction is permissible. A percentage variation should be conducted for perimeter surfaces for piles depending on soil nature. This is just a condition for practical purpose, not for design purpose. I don't know, mind the people calling for nothing, for nothing. So what actually I am, so I'll explain it. Compressive characteristics strength of object is object for standard strength measurement for practical approval of concrete. But testing can be conducted on whatever number of days. 56 days result, age of result is a must for load testing purpose. Okay, let's go further. Is there Mr. Nizar? Welcome, Mr. Nizar as well. No problem. Then, in certain cases, when striking shutter is required on an earlier basis, even 3 days testing can be conducted. This is a very important point. Okay. Cycle of 12 days can be achieved with no issues irrespective of consideration 14 Newton. Cycle of 12 days can be achieved with no issues irrespective of consideration of 40 Newton depending on availability of resources and strength of working team and allied services, coordination and inspection. Certainly soiling with grading below foundations, improved bearing capacity and also acts as filter as well as protection as it is isolated from effect of soil. Now, in such cases, when water soil mobility occurs, it does not harm concrete to considerable an extent. This is reason for soiling provision below soil. Okay, I take some water, I think. Okay, then clay soil. Clay soil can be used for filling purpose in combination with desert fill and sand soils, so that keeping liquid limit within 35 and plasticity index below 6. It is suggested that non-blasting soil should be used for filling purpose. Then who's this? Well, you know who's calling for what? Calling, disturbing. What do you want? I don't know. Unnecessary disturbing for what? Nonsense. Disturb me. Oh, bloody fool! Get lost, yaar. Idiots. What I was doing, I don't remember. So I said, clay soil can be used for filling purpose in combination with desert fill and sand soil, so that keeping liquid limit 35 and plasticity index below 6. It is suggested that non-plastic soil should be used for filling purpose. I showed to you, I think, I remember. I showed you just again a glimpse of that. I showed you item number 24. Unnecessary calling for nothing. Some people waste times of others. Columns are designed for direct loads as well as for moments, while shear wall is meant for primary lateral loadings. The just information, you know it very well. All engineers know it. Then these are main points actually. Now I'll try to have a brief of these. Let me have some water first. Already around 2 hours, so still some time I have. It's Sunday, of course. I'm wasting your time. Now my first point was, that is, large footings to be designed in massive blocks. If I can read, I think I can read this maybe. No, I can't. Large footings to be designed as massive blocks or thick members do not require vertical defined joints. Question is now, okay, now what is that? Large footing, I am saying, we are actually going to discuss that one. Large footings means big foundation, let us say 25-meter length and 15 meters width and 2 meters deep. How shall we pour that? Do you know? Can you pour that in one go, or you need some method for that? That's the question here. We have 2 points in our consideration. Point number 1 is cold joint, and point number 2 is thermal setting. Thermal, you can say flash setting, actually flash setting. And other point is, of course, because large foundations are not available everywhere, either it is a rat foundation or it is somewhere machine foundations, big machine foundations, which are generally included on oil projects or big refineries. This is that point. Where we also consider cathodic protection, cathodic central protection by using sacrificial anodes into those foundations. That's the point here which is very important, and that point must be considered here. Now what we do actually, in those foundations, as I said, there are 2 points we have to consider. Point number 1 is cold joint. Cold joints are not allowed in construction of concrete. Cold joints means previous concrete which is immediately laid and next concrete you are going to lay, both must be hard for purpose of initial setting. And if one is already set, another cannot match with that. That is called cold joint, is not allowed. Both must be hot. Bloody fool, get lost. Both must be hot. If one concrete sets, you cannot lay another concrete on that. It must be before that concrete starts setting. This is called cold joint avoidance, protection from cold joints. Your concrete is substandard if you allow cold joints. Other ones is flash setting. Your temperature, steel temperature, concrete temperature are all different. It is a range of temperature in big foundations. This is called massive block. One is thick member, one is massive block, and one is ordinary member, thin member, which you generally use on buildings, RCC columns, framing, slab. This is actually thin member. Normal member, you may say, normal column size, normal beam size, normal slab size, where temperature range is different, 4 or 5 degrees to 32 degrees range of concrete, and up to 32-35 range of atmospheric temperature. That is optimally used for this type of concrete. But for thick member and for this massive block, maximum temperature of concrete can be 24 degrees. There it was 32, here 24. So you have to maintain 24 degrees Celsius, but you can't change weather temperature. Steel is much higher. Steel rods, which are using steel bars, 25 mm, 20 mm, whatever size you're using those foundations, and you keep hand on that, you'll find it's much hard. So there is a big gradient. Let us say it's 30-40 degrees your steel temperature and your concrete is 24 or 20. So there is a gradient of what you see, 15-20 degrees gradient is there, it's much. And if say your concrete of 20 degrees touches a steel of 40 degrees, what shall happen to concrete? That heat energy from your steel bar shall automatically transfer to concrete and make it further hot. So purpose of temperature control is lost. That is main theory behind that. This means heat of steel impacts on concrete. It's called flash setting. Flash of heat is used in concrete setting. This means you have changed structure of concrete. Water cement ratio is there, everything is there, but you apply thermal energy on concrete from steel. This must be considered very well. Now what solution of that? What solution of these two? One is cold joint, another one is flash setting. What is solution? That is what engineer has to think. Moreover, there is no construction joint in this foundation because this is massive block. You cannot provide any construction joint until there is emergency. There is a breakdown of everything. So it's a complicated pour. How shall we treat it? That detailing I will tell you later on. But now I am just telling you how to handle these two weaknesses. This weakness is only that we cannot pour this just in one go. We have to define a procedure to pour it. I have already talked to you this maybe in last videos how to do it. It is done in stepping. Stepping means this is a step, Stepping means this is a step. In layers of step. Say it is 200 centimeter deep. You land one go, you are pouring 400 mm and 2000 mm or 200 centimeter or this 40 centimeter. 5 layers may be there. Or if you are 30 centimeter casting, more layers will be there. Means you have to decide thickness of layer, which depends upon needle of your vibrator depth. So you cannot go more than that because your needle has to penetrate 10 centimeter more into previous layer. So you have to consider one layer thickness accordingly. So there may be 5 layers, 6 layers depending upon. And you may consider one patch as a 2 meter to let us say 25 meter length. So you say 1.5 meter or 2 meter width. I'll cut one time. I'll cast one time. So that you have to route in. You have to say this is my route of pump. It has to come like this. It may come from one pump, maybe from this end, one pump maybe from that end. So gradually you do both and it's done early. Or if you give one pump, it's up to you. It depends upon your ready mix plan, how it supplies to you. That's first a part of planning of this pour. It's called pour plan. I'm just trying to tell you what is cold joint, how to avoid that cold. Once you lay first layer, you have said I laid first layer. It may take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then you say third layer, leave other one, lay third layer. It will take another 15 minutes. But come back to first one or lay second layer. It's up to you how to define first layer, third layer, second layer. Then you start fourth one from top. Then the other one, then in between. So it moves in stepping form. You cannot move it just full layer I lay. It will take 2 hours and by that time your initial layer sets. So cold joint is done. You have to avoid cold joint. Your concrete must be in temperature. It doesn't start setting. Another layer should come on that. That is purpose of avoiding. Means you have to define procedure how you want to pour that. Otherwise there's no purpose of design. Your design won't work. That is first point. We will handle this one, how to avoid this cold joint. Then flash setting. That is very complicated but very easy solution. It's no problem at all. There's no problem at all. It may be ordinary slab or it may be this slab. You have to keep area cold. If required, you can spray water on your that steel, etc. Because immediate water will not cause any rust when concrete comes on that. When you put water on that, normal temperature water, it will reduce temperature by 10 degrees probably. So it comes from 40 to 30 degrees and here that is 24 degrees. So when both are not much having difference. So once concrete is there and concrete is there, so that flash setting is automatically gone. Or if you want, you can add ice to your water or do whatever you want. You may shade your area. You can do that also. Or you do early morning or late evening. It's up to you to decide. Early, start at 5 o'clock. Start at 6 o'clock in the morning. So temperature is not hot. That can be solved. This is point I told you. There is no construction joint. Yes, for emergency you will keep something there which we will discuss later on. These joints are kept in big rafts. When they are rafts, they provide joint and they provide some metallic shutters in between. You might have seen. And that is permanent one. They don't stop like timber but provide a metallic sheet, strong sheet at that point which remains embedded in concrete forever. And that's called permanent shutter. It's a construction joint as well as shutter. Now I'll go to current practices for massive block. Concreting is affected by 70% of placement. That's why we are talking about GGBS and PFA. PFA has a restriction, pulverized, fuelized. This is good material for replacement, but this has a restriction that you cannot keep more than 25% or 15% replacement, which after that doesn't work. There is no control on this fineness of this material. You cannot produce according to your wish you want. There's a restriction on that. PFA is very weak class material, though it's better than cement, OPC. So what we do, we can use PFA as well as we can use GG-base, or we can use GG-base in combination, or alone, or PFA according to your trial mix that you have to see. Preferably GG-base is better. Means this is slag. This can be ground to whatever requirement. You can control its fineness. You can even fine it better than your cement particle. This can give you variation of its properties. You can have shape factor on this, means it gives you your required finishes. It protects cracking in concrete. Yes, only problem is in little early setting of cement, it delays for 1 day or 2 days. Your removal of shutters, but at 28 days, the strength is same. In long term, durability is same. It is better in fact, because you are avoiding cracking, initial cracking of concrete, which in case of OPC you cannot do. And on top of that, this point I am telling you, there's another point also. It is environment friendly. One OPC bag of cement gives you 80%. Your 50 kilogram bags gives you 45 kilogram carbon dioxide. One bag of cement, 45 kilogram carbon dioxide, it releases into weather. You cannot withdraw it from there. There is no arrangement so far. You can't detract carbon dioxide from weather. But in this case, 80% of carbon dioxide is not permitted. This doesn't give carbon dioxide, this slag. So if you use 70%, replacement means only 30% is there, 70% you are saving OPC, which means 80% of 70% you are saving carbon dioxide. You are not allowing into that, and you are giving quality, workmanship and performance to concrete. Strength is same, everything is same. You are helping environment. It is environment friendly. Only problem is it is little delaying you initial setting. It is low heat cement, low heat material, and also you have to delay your shuttle striking for 2 or 3 days. But ultimately this is that, and it is cheaper than cement according to my updated knowledge. I don't know exact rates of this, but I think it is cheaper to cement. And another one is addition to these two which are mentioned here is micro silica or silica fumes, which are even finer than your smoke particles. Micro silica is finer than smoke particle, or you can say photons, finer than that. It coats, this silica fumes coats particles of cement all through. This means this microsilica is competent, is having a strength capacity to hold particles of cement, though one but in suspension, in hangover, until this is vibrated on site. If you do not vibrate and lay as it is, it can remain there in that unknown setting state for a couple of hours. If you want to hang it for 3 hours due to some reason, you can hang it, don't vibrate that. Don't break that cement smoke bonds. It can stay there for a number of hours, but it's very expensive. Microsilica, up to 8 or 9% they use it otherwise. And when these you use PFA, or you use microsilica, or you use GGBS, you are not going to use sulfate resistant cement, because these act in that place. So these are indirectly, you can say, different types of materials which help you add value to concrete. That's what I told this here. So I said vertical joints are conducted by virtual stepping. I already told you that one. Differential thermocouples are inserted to monitor thermal gauge. Yes, that point is very important. What actually we do in this massive block, because temperature control is a must in concrete. If you don't control temperature, concrete is nothing, it is useless. If you are not sure about temperature. So this is 2 meters depth, and so long it is 25 meters and 15 meters. There is temperature at one surface at some degree. If you go 40 centimeters, another temperature. If you go different layers, you will find different temperatures. How to know that temperature? You have to use rising, falling or differential thermal temperatures there. You insert them in and note readings at different hours in different layers. You will know what is thermal gradient, what heat transfers on top, and then what's entry there and how much temperature inside is. That is very important to know. What thermal gradient is there, because this is low heat cement. Temperature can change it, and you have defined temperature that should not be that. You have to keep that area thermal controlled. You cannot allow excess temperature there, because curing method is different. It's not flood curing, it is thermal curing we have to apply here. You cannot use water for that curing. You have to keep that evaporation of water of cement under control. You don't allow evaporation, you don't allow release of water particles from your cement. It has to be within, and this is curing by allowing heat within it not to be released, and it's called thermal curing or heat curing for this massive block. This is technology behind this. In ordinary, you flood water or you use your saturated Hessian bag or keep it white by flooding. Here you have to keep it heated so that heat does not allow evaporation of water, and it is automatically treated like that. This is between, you can say, water curing and autoclaving. There is thermal curing. In autoclaving, you use steam for curing. In water curing, you use water for curing. But here, you are using none. It is automatic curing. You have to cover surface and not to allow water evaporation, so that water replenishment is required. That's what it's saying. We'll talk it later on. Now I'll go to differential thermal cover. The normal curing is not done. It's okay. In case of vertical joints, limitation of concrete volume is required. Okay, that's our son. Then in case of vertical joints, limitation of concrete volume is required, and if so agreed for joint formation, vertical joint is formed using metallic structure. Yeah, that is regarding, I told you metallic joints provided where there is raft foundation, etc. Because there is a limitation, but at one time how much you can pour. It depends upon, though it's not hard and fast rule, it's not calculated somewhere, but they assume something, and that can be done. That's not very big. You don't know by experience, you can know that. And then thickness of that and size of that. If they say better provide, and particularly it happens in your heavy foundations like crack gas compressor, which is very heavy tabletop, and there are so many provisions in that. They put some metallic, where there is a construction joint, they put some metals in between, metal plates, so that it acts as a construction joint. There is no connection, but it still passes through this. The steel is continuous, concrete is broken somewhere, but by metal, not by timber. So metal remains inside, steel passes through. That is a practical, permanent material based construction joint, where you think there is restriction on quantity of concrete. This can be measured rafts, this can be measured machine tabletops, but it's little complicated, but done like that. Then question about repropping pertinent PT slab is not clear, or maybe something else. And then also columns, starter bars are placed from stub columns followed, but full length bars covering up to floor 0 beam location, avoiding movement area. As a concept, starter up here, do not understand what type of bar we should provide from foundation upwards, because generally, practically what is done is we provide this L-shaped bars from foundation lower steel to above ground somewhere, which is called actually starter bar. We keep that stub column of foundation itself, and little bar up to plinth level or little above. That's a starter bar, we say. And after that we start overlap bar. Actually other way is also good. If you take whole length bar, 12-meter length bar one time, but handling problem exists. That's why people say let us say starter bar, and above we will manage how to do that. That's only that one. And then you go further. Why people are calling, I don't understand why they want, what they want to know. I don't understand why they disturb me every time when I call disturb. Yes, what do you want? Hello? Hello, what do you want? Yeah, good morning, please. I am busy on live. Do you want something? I am live. Do you want something? Hello? Hello? Do you want something? I am live. Get lost. I don't know why you want to show his face. Matured people. People are crazy, I think. Yes. So, what I was there? Just, yes. Starter by was telling you means couplers should be used for bar more than 25 conveniently, since it is difficult to work on for higher dia bars. Yet prior to deciding about inclusion of couplers, practical test for tension should be conducted by a specific testing equipment. Question is, designers sometimes are not very clear. They provide certain sections of columns or beams, and also at the same time they give higher diameter bars, 25, 22, 24, 20, I mean to 30 even. I have seen 32 in some project, and they suggest you overlap them. Overlap these by overlapping, not wrong, I know, but overlapping is a practical problem for these bars. Okay, 12 mm, 14 mm, 16 mm, it's okay. These are very thin bars. We can control by binding wires. But more size, it's a practical problem. There is no guarantee that this would work. Welding is not permitted because you cannot have radio test on that or X-ray test on that. So they say just provide overlap. I don't agree with that. As a structural person, you imagine point connection of two bars. Shall it perform or not? What is guarantee? Mathematically it's okay, but practically if you see, are you sure that this overlap would work? So what is an alternative? We have mechanical arrangements with us. We can butt two bars, one end to end, and provide a kind of union on them with tightening power. That's called mechanical coupler. Mechanical couplers are available. These can be used where two bars are to be connected, whether in column or in beam. I have used this on some projects. We did not accept 25 mm to be overlapped. I rejected that. I said, no, I'm not going to take responsibility of this. Even in British consultants, I discussed with him. So no problem, you can use. And he actually liked that. So we got that type of coupler, tested it in tension. It was okay, fine, no problem. So we provided these mechanical couplers on that section where overlap was very ineffective or it was very congested. Section is constrained and you are say 5 bar here or 5 bar down, and this is, you see what status, even sometimes your vibrator needle cannot penetrate into that. So what I said here, mechanical couplers should be used for steel rebars of 25 mm dia and above. You are saving overlap cost, you are spending on mechanical connector. I don't think there's much difference in that. Even if there's a difference, it's a question of guarantee of structure. You have certain years of guarantee of a structure, 10 years say, within 10 years you are responsible for that structure. If something happens to you as a designer or as a contractor, you are going to replace it. How shall you replace it? If something fails there, we have to keep this fact in mind. If something fails one point because of continuity of the structure, being a one, the other part will also fail. If the say point of contrafracture is there, point of shear is there, point of maximum, anything can be there. One failure leads to another failure and that leads to another failure. So your structure fails. You want to see that situation or you want to just spend a little on coupler. That you have to decide, because I am not sure of overlap, it will work or not work. That was this point. Then couplers can be used in both end tension, though this okay, fine, it's gone. And practically contemplating only one, yes, that point some people ask many questions. Use this grade in concrete column, use this in beam. Means why you think like that? What you save? After all, if you use different grades in different elements of structure, what saving you are making, I don't understand. Because it's not cement alone that decides. It's grading of aggregates, grading of coarse aggregate, grading of fine aggregates, combined grading of these two. Cement alone is not a factor. Water cement ratio is a factor which can lead to different grading, different results. So why are you so serious about that? Keep one grading. If you are saving 5 grading, what benefit you are getting? I don't understand this point. This is, sometimes you think advanced for nothing. Be practical. First understand material engineering, then relate to structural engineering. There was a time when you think, oh, you increase cement, strength will increase. This time is no more. It's not volumetric analysis. It is wave batching. Have a trial mix. You will not find much difference. And there are certain conditions I have seen somewhere. You cannot exceed this quantity of cement in any design. So cement is restricted. Because of many admixtures are available. Many admixtures, for example, the replacement of cement, there is such thing has come in field, supplementary cementing materials. So why are you just wasting time in stating I want differential grade of steel in your structure? This point is not convincing. Though you may research, no problem. The point is, concrete paver interlocking blocks I am talking of, which is pressed concrete paver. Pressed means not internally vibrated but pressed vibrators. Pressing in a factory by steam curing and pressed. It's 49 Newton actually. I have seen this international standard, 49 Newton concrete. And for paving, where structural or you can say vehicles move, it is 80 mm thick, and where it's for people or for walking or for light use, it is 60 mm thick. This was standard when I was there in field. Maybe this standard I not updated on that. You can check yourself. Curing compound is good replacement for water, but should be selected with caution. That I discussed curing compound. What says? 2 types of compounds used to be available: wax based and water based. Wax based forms a gelatinous layer on concrete surface which takes about 6 months for its degradation or to scrap. Otherwise, it will deteriorate itself after 6 months, and you have to wait for your plastering and rendering for that time. Or if you use water-based compound, which is 70 or 60% effective, but it evaporates. So which one you have to decide yourself. Partly effective, but wax-based is fully effective, but you have to either apply decomposing compound, degrading compound, or you have to wait for 6 months. That you have to decide yourself depending on your risk analysis, how much risk you have. If you can wait for so many months, fine. If you cannot wait, use water-based and use wax-based, then apply that chemical compound which degrades it, or scrap that. Now, prior to use of compound, so that it retains within form gelatinous layer. People don't understand this point. They just spray curing compounds and remove shutters from columns and walls. No, you have to first spray water fully on that surface and then spray your curing compound. Purpose is to retain that water behind curing compound, because curing compound on its own is not going to cure. It will protect that water inside behind this curing compound. Means between surface of concrete and your curing compound membrane, there is a water membrane which shall be there without evaporation, and that is purpose of this. So this clear concept must have, and I am talking of vertical surfaces, because on horizontal surfaces when you spray curing compound, this is already wet. When you do immediately slab finish, you immediately supply this curing compound, it remains there, but even after that it's not effective because people walk on that next day, they damage it. So again you have to do water flooding on that surface. So that is only temporarily useful. Now actually curing compound is never 100% effective on horizontal members that are accessible during curing duration. In addition to curing compound, water curing should be supplemented. Compound should be used only for avoiding initial cracking. All as I told you, not only on cast in situ piles but also on cast in situ concrete. Reinforcing past quantity for all concrete ordering purpose should be deducted from theoretical quantity, but for estimation purpose only, no such deduction is permissible. A percent of variation should be conducted for perimeter surfaces for piles. What actually, when you place order for concrete to ready supplier, we just multiplied length, breadth, height. Actually, what happens, because the steel is there, few percent of steel is there, that amount is not going to be covered with concrete. So little less percent you can see steel weight, 7,009, I think 7,500 something. Depending on your total quantity, you can deduct that way, that volume. That is actual volume of concrete. But actually, when you're say near completion, you hold 1 or 2 or 3 trucks and let them come only as it is consumed. Otherwise, what happens? Maybe you have to throw 1 truck unused. That's wastage. Only for that person given. There's no theoretical reason or any other reason in that. Just to keep hold on last trucks, 2 trucks probably. 1 truck may be 9 cubic meter or 8 cubic meter, 2 maybe 16 cubic meter, and generally I think 1 may be enough. It depends on your site control, because at that time it's very small quantity of concrete. You can wait for 1 hour. Then compressive characteristic strength is object for standard distance measurement for practical approach of concrete, but testing can be conducted on whatever number of days. 56 days of age is a must for, yes, when there's a dispute on concrete, you have to say apply for load testing, and that's the answer for this, that 56 days must expire before you consider load test. In certain cases, when striking shutter is required on an early day, yes, say that some forces, I want to take out this shutter. We have already 4 days past, this community was cast, the urgency required that you take out this vertical shutter. In that, what you have to do, you have to go to laboratory, take this cube, special cubes, and have tests. If that passes the test, then you can take out that shutter. There's no harm, because concrete is already set. It's vertical member. This can be done this way. There's no harm, because you are not going to provide any load on that element immediately, but you have to just use that shutter somewhere else, or you have to repeat that just to save cost of shutter. You can replace that when you put other location. That's what they are. It happens actually. Now I say cycle of 12 days can be achieved with no issue, irrespective of consideration of 40 Newton, depending on, it depends upon, there was actually a problem on some slabs that we say, okay, you have to do within this days, and we decided that we have to do columns in so many days, and we have to do shutter in so many days, then we have to repeat those columns, and then this whole slab has to be cast in 12 days cycle. That actually by experience it happened. Now it's still farther, it's still faster. It was very long way saying, still today we can do by fast tracking of using HCWs, hollow core slab units you can use, and you can cast in columns and beams on site, and use precast hollow concrete blocks on roof or on slab, then cast, you can say, diaphragm on that. So it is still fast, it's no problem. That time it was not available. Now soling is soling with grading below foundation, improve bearing capacity, and also acts as filter as well as protection, as it's isolated from effect of soil. Now this is something different. Actually this is soil improvement, and it's particularly if you have to do where there's a coil, I say black cotton soil, or there's clay soil, or this is a mix of clay and silt, which you don't trust. You cannot test bearing capacity of that because of contents of clay. So what you do best is to remove that soil, say up to 30 to 60 centimeter. If you think that your bore logs details what is below, or you don't have that, then for ordinary buildings you can just remove that soil in name of soil improvement, and provide a grade base, which is, you can say, granular material, like from 40 mm granular nominal size to 6 mm nominal size. In layers you can fill 40 mm first, then holes, voids are filled with 12 mm nominal, 20 mm nominal size, and lower size on that, and then dust on that, so that it acts like a cohesive structure, as cohesive base, if a granular base, like you say kind of water-bound macadam, a kind of that below that foundation, so the water flows through that without any obstruction, and it doesn't cause any harm to your structure because of waterproofing arrangements or soil protection, soil attack on concrete protection. You can make that type of base compact, that so increase of bearing capacity to some extent, as well as water movement below, because in clay soil water does not move. If water comes in, it spoils your soil, it swallows your soil volume increases, which causes a defective movement on vertically or horizontally on your RCC base. To isolate that, you have to provide this kind of soiling arrangement below soil in name of soil improvement. That's what it is. And also it says in such cases when water soil mobility occurs, as I said, it doesn't harm concrete to considerable extent. Now clay soil can be used for filling purpose in combination with desert fill and sand soil, so that keeping liquid limit within 35 and plasticity index below 6, it's suggested that non-plastic soil should be used for filling purpose. What it says, actually don't try to avoid your clay soil, and in case there's no way you have to fill that, then you have to use some sand with that or some different soils with that, so that quantity of clay is reduced, and also there's some degree of permeability of water in that, so that you can compact it well, because compaction is very important. You cannot trust compaction on clay soil. So you have to keep within limits to your liquid limit of soil as well as your index plasticity index, because filling is a very complex issue. It's not clear yet, means whether I'm doing right filling, right backfill or not, or if possible don't use clay, just fill sand in that portion. So sand doesn't need any specific compaction. There's the way, means you have to see, generally we use mix of materials, different materials, so that grading and you say granular arrangement is there, it remains intact. That's most important. We avoid use of clay absolutely. If some clay is there, it's okay, it doesn't make difference. It helps in adhesion of materials, of granular and cohesive materials adhesion, which is required in fact, but exclusively cohesive material does not serve purpose of backfill. Then columns are designed for direct loads as well as for movements, while shear wall is meant for primary loading. Well, this is very common, nothing specific in this. So I was just by chance I got this file from my record, and I say this is GGBSPFA concrete durability, as we will discuss some other time. Then project management plan, what is called, I'll receive this, I'll talk later, not now. Alright, so I just given you this information. Actually I was searching for something else, and by chance I got this file, so I tried to share with you. No problem, we'll take some other. I've taken a lot of time for this today, no problem for that. But my talk regarding this is that one. Now I'll go to other one, and that is what I'm meant for it. That is, yes, it is about slab. I've told you. I'll read this again for you so that you refresh with that. This is a checklist for RCC suspended slab works, and this was a quality control item number 14 in this list. And this is conduct in depth coordination, just for your information, what I was talking before. I forget. Conduct in depth coordination on drawings for relevant involved activities. Ensure that all structural and coordinated services drawings are ready for construction. Actual details pertaining following settings should be charted out clearly for communication to site. Error may mar site work, if there is an error, it may mark site work. In suspended slab case, setting of all grids in both directions are accurate. All supporting system scaffolding drawings are ready, duly approved or certified by designer of manufacturer. All access scaffolding details are ready. All stepping type ladders are ready wherever required. Materials for all areas ready for safe working in and around a portable area. Materials for all areas Materials for all areas are ready for preparatory works. All rebars are ready, duly stacked. Ensure all columns and RCC walls are poured. Ensure construction joints are made on column tops. Ensure datum level lines are marked on column surfaces. Ensure datum level lines are marked on RCC wall surfaces. Ensure erection of supporting either mechanical system or other system is well handled by a specialist trained team of riggers. Ensure that erection or installation of system provides a good space to circulate within. Ensure fixing of all beam bottoms of down stands are commenced with at right locations all over area. This is an important activity and must be ensured for correctness by land surveyors or an experienced foreman. Leveling of beam soffit is significant but should be within approximation at this stage, for it will be corrected by adjustments of final level check. Ensure that beam sides are able to be stripped. Beam sides are able to be stripped out conveniently while beam soffit is in place. Soffit may be in place for defined duration of form strike. Ensure slab soffit. Let me say, put some cut in here. Yes. Ensure that beam sides are able to be stripped out conveniently while beam soffit is in place. Soffit may be in place for defined duration of form strike. Ensure slab soffit level are correct and system is installed accordingly. Ensure safety rail is available duly installed around working area from safety regions. Ensure correct alignment is marked on slab exteriors for slab sides from work. Ensure location of construction joint if so required for major pour. I think reflection coming on my face. I'm feeling uneasy with that, so I just turn this side here. Yes, what to do? It's the sun of the face. Okay, I'll do this way. Right. So, what's that? This file is gone somewhere. Where's the file gone? There's the file too. Where's it gone? What's that say? This file is disappeared somewhere. Okay, I'll open it again. Yeah, it's all disappeared. Now I'll see. Yes, okay. Yeah, it's got it. Yes, so I have. So, ensure slab soffit level are correct and system is installed accordingly. Ensure safety rail is available duly installed around working area from safety regions. Ensure correct alignment is marked on slab exteriors or slab sides formwork. Ensure location of construction joint if so required for a major pour. Ensure that grid locations are correctly transmitted on slab beams lines. Ensure that beam sides could be struck easily. Okay. Ensure that grid locations are correctly transmitted on slab beam lines. Ensure that beam sides could be struck easily prior to slab soffit forms. Make sure correctness by checking levels on slab. Make sure correctness of dimensions of beam sections. Make sure if so required timber fillets are fixed on beam corners for exposed faces. Make sure that form strike oil applied and dried out prior to placing rebars. Ensure that rebars are centered and fixed to meet requirement. Beams may be prefabricated on ground if so convenient. Otherwise, these could be on location assembled. Ensure that all bars are tightly bound and concrete or plastic spaces fixed uniformly. Ensure that all services block outs are marked and fixed wherever shown. You know what blocks out I am talking about. Ensure bottom reinforcement is placed as required. Ensure that electrical first fix conduit works is done satisfactorily and inspected by competent electrical engineer. Ensure adequate overlaps are available for next floor if that being case. Make sure that all overlaps or extending bars are well held by rings or struts. Make sure that all mechanical connectors, if used in place of overlaps, are well placed and tightened well. Ensure that adequate space is available after mechanical connectors are used for passage of vibrator needle. In case epoxy coated bars are included, ensure continuous activity of epoxy touch up paint is made. It is epoxy coated bars. I think you know that. If we use epoxy coated bar, there is no need of protecting the steel because it will not rust. So in case epoxy coated bars are included, ensure continuous activity of epoxy touch paint is made. Make sure all previous concrete joints are well cleaned by scabbling or by hacking. Ensure that no dirt and timber piece etc. is available after cleaning by air compressor is done. If it's hot, keep form cool by allowing water. Every care is required to check the flash setting would be avoided. Ensure that stair portion to be poured to the slab is well scabbled at joints locations and rebars are cleaned properly. Ensure cleaning of lift well rebars because when you do slab shall also go into beam portion of lift, so that portion of lift as far as slab is concerned or beam of lift is concerned means it's related to that. That's why that portion of steel bars you have to clean. Ensure cleaning of lift well bars. Ensure all blockouts or inserts are in place. Make sure if you so required scaffolding manufacturer certification is obtained for scaffolding supporting system being sound. Then make sure that all portions of beam down stands, I am talking of down stands, are well secured by fixing tie bolts wherever required. Ensure that all column caps forms are in plumb and well secured. Ensure a thorough inspection is conducted for all preparatory as well as temporary works. No doubt should remain unattended. Plan pouring activity in all respects, defining locations of pumps and truck mixers. Make sure that certain formwork strips for emergency provision of construction joints is readily available. Chart out concrete start lining. Then chart out or chart out concrete start timing. Sorry, I said line 8 is concrete timing, start timing. Chart out truck arrival sequence. Define concrete date. Define concrete duration. Define curing procedure. Then check all equipment availability. Make sure that testing laboratory technicians would attend in time. Prior to concrete pour, check all supports and systems again. Make sure that adequate workers' strength would be available during pour. Make sure that concrete pour timings match with temperature range. Do not work in haste as work must be safely carried out. Make sure that responsible supervising engineer would be available during pouring. In case there is already one slab below system, ensure that additional supporting system is installed there. Depending on day of previous concrete below slab, one safety is overlooked. Site shall be prone to untoward accident results. This is what about activities for a suspended slab in general. I'll take activities of checklist for pedestal footings, or you can say structural steel frame foundation, which is not very complicated, saying easy. Or it says ensure setting out on blinding is okay. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. I'm jumping from some activity to some activity. Let me show you this. Yesterday I showed us that. Let me be clear what I'm talking of. Let me see full so that I can also see what I'm showing. What I'm talking is this. This is a kind of cage for a 1 meter by 1 meter or 1 meter size footing, into which there is a groove. You can say space shown here without saying this is a pocket or a groove, into which your bolts of structural steel column with plate be in. After this is done, we'll just provide a pocket in this now with shutters, and that pocket shall not contain any concrete in that. That timber shutter of pocket will be taken out later on, and grouting of cement, mortar will be done in that, or you can say chemical of that will be done. This is what I'm showing off. So what it says is, it says ensure setting out on blinding is okay, because blinding you have to do, then you have to set out this, and then you have to do protection membrane certainly on that, because if soil requires that, if soil has chemicals, sulfates or water, you have to provide that membrane. Ensure reinforcement in form, and once you provide that membrane, you have to provide protection also onto that cement mortar or some other protection, which whatever depends on the specification. Then you go to ensure setting out blinding and ensures reinforcement in form of cage is rightly fabricated in all directions. Ensure concrete covers are provided to meet requirement. Ensure void or pocket for bolts portion is provided within top of cage. Ensure pocket blockout is fabricated correct to truncated dimensions, truncated so that it should be strong in holding that and not come out as you wish. Ensure concrete cover, then ensure wide pocket for bolts portion is provided with top of cage. Then ensure pocket blockouts also fabricated. In case anchor bolt plate need be provided, blockout shall not be required. Means if there is a compulsion or there is a mandate, you have to use this plate during concrete of this pour, and you can cover your cover your milk in your fridge and take it out as required. After that, have formwork erected to required dimensions on all sides. Have it be well secured and supported as I explained before. Have rebar cage placed in. Ensure pocket blocks out placed by pocket blockouts placed by approved supports to hang within pad volume. Well, check grids and grid measurements, check dimensions of forms, check top of concrete level fixing arrangements, all general arrangements these are. So this was small statement on checks on this foundation, and then you have to pour in layers, keep and show that pocket is not disturbed, and if bolts are there already in, should be properly protected. And you have to check all concrete requirements as we did before, all same. And of course you can use GGBS for this, there's no harm. Then RCC footings blocks for structural steel frameworks. Now for footings of long span steel frame, in plan it is rectangular shape with considerable checklist for RCC footing block for steel structure frame. How many minutes I have? Okay, let's move a little, no problem. Now I have to see that this is checklist for RCC footing blocks of steel frame. It says for footing of long span steel frame, as plan is a rectangular shape with considerable depth block. Ensure setting out on blinding is okay. Now blinding is okay everywhere. We assume that blinding is okay. There's excavation, there's dressing, everything, compaction. But because we know that, so now we are just moving to direct work of permanence. Now ensure reinforcement in form of cage is rightly fabricated in all directions. Ensure concrete covers are provided to meet requirement. Ensure wide or pocket for bolts portion is provided within top of cage. Ensure pocket blockout is fabricated correct to truncated dimensions. In case anchor bolt plate needs be provided, blockout shall not be required. Have formwork erected to required dimension on all sides. Here it be well secured and supported. Have rebar cage placed in. Ensure dowels for beams if so required are fixed. Ensure pocket blockouts placed by approved support. To hang within pad volume. Check grids and measurements. Check dimension of check dimensions of forms, check alignment of plumb, check supports of forms, check stop of concrete level fixing arrangements. If demanded grade beaten beams can be sun. Okay. Now check supports of forms, check top of concrete level for fixing arrangements. Demanded grade beams can also be provided monolithic. Actually this is a different kind of footing with long one, means all activities are almost same, but just we have to make sure what I explained to you, that every activity should be fine one and must be done accordingly without any, we know, checking of all that. We know how excavation has to be done, how your blinding can be done, how your foundation can be done, a stair can be done, how your slab, or sorry, this upper roof can be done, where you are saying. So sequences are same, and if there is a need of extending this foundations by you can say polythene, you must consider these ones. Now we'll move to another one that's very important item. That checklist for RCC for generator and alternator, DC generator and alternator foundation work. Before going to explain this, because this is a little complicated activity and long discussion required, I'll try to show its sketch so that you may be clear what actually we want to discuss in this. That's the main point here. You have to be clear about, no confusion in that case. This is, I just some files I close so that it doesn't affect this. Alright, I'll show you some sketch here. I think I should find it. Not differential there. On that side. First, I will show you this a few drawings I show you here that is involved with this. Let us say, first is this. Maybe you have seen this before, but now I am showing you from different viewpoint. This is building. This is a big building covered with shed, but if you see there are certain foundations. You can see these foundations here. You see these foundations here. You can see in these foundations, big foundations, there are certain holes in between. These holes, you can see, if you see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 holes are there, and 4 holes in this small footing. And each footing, each foundation is independent of other. Each foundation, and there's a gap between one small and big foundation. There's a gap here, this gap. You can see this gap here, this one. This is actually cable trench continuation here. And these foundations each are for, this is for 2500 kV generator and alternator. This is machine foundation, you can say. And there are surrounding here, which is shed, surrounding small foundations, which I'll just discuss with you. This foundation this side and this foundation side, small column and other columns, depending on design it was. This is one part of this. And there is some rooms here, you can see on this side, voltage room or other room, different types of machines, etc. This is your one drawing. Now I'll show you another one in that. Yeah, the section here in itself. So the section itself, which you can say, some light is there. You see this section. It clearly shows in the structural steel body, the shed. There's a crane there on top, and there's a girder on this with crane girder. That's there overhead on this. The generator is shown here, generator deep foundation here, and you can say alternate here, alternator foundation, alternator space around that, and then there is an isolation of this foundation of generator with main foundation. Is that this is section of this one, and this side is another arrangement of pumping something, overhead arrangement, and then there are other structures, other connections are shown in that. Fuel pump it is there on overhead tank, and this is one detail, and there's another detail here. If you see which one is that, yeah, this is also easy detail, you can say. You see this one, this is fuel tanks here, fuel tanks for this power station, circular fuel tanks with different capacities, and there are other small units here, radiators and some other equipment, these are all here. Radiator here. So this is one drawing of this. Then there's another drawing of this, which is a technical drawing actually, which is giving technical details of this, structural details of this. The structure, how these holes, as I said, pockets, foundation, then cable trench, and here alternator base, alternating, I will say converting DC to AC, purpose of the alternator is, and this is a section here, you can say, and then various detailing of civil works we have to do, how to provide various material cover on these foundations for a purpose of isolation, of that, from raft to machine foundations. Isolation does not allow vibrations from generator to go to raft foundation, and various details of that are shown. I'm just trying to show you because when I discuss, you know what it is. And then also here another isolation details, this is also a technical point, a frame which is embedded, which we can say on which we place concrete block for generator. This is that frame, and that frame rests on some details, which is these details, which we'll discuss later. Now it's already time, so I will not discuss now, but this is different details of, actually sun is on my head because I'm not using curtain on glass because of some reasons. So these are foundations, I said truncated, as I said, this is the foundation of column foundations here, as I discussed, and case. I'll show one more sketch which is also related to that, but how is that gantry works in that shed. Is the work of this gantry. Girder is there, crane is there in that detail, and also you can see that base of that oil tank. I showed to you fuel oil tank, other main fuel oil tank with containment valve here. If there is an overflow, it comes out and protect it from being out by these retaining walls. And this is their base. So I think we'll take time next time and discuss this, because now it's already over. Maybe it's no use to take more time. And who has joined? Welcome, Mr. Nizar. Welcome, Mr. Anuj Singh, Mr. Muhammad Akbar. All are welcome. So I'd like to close it now, and we'll see again. Thank you, gentlemen, for your kind presence. Somebody complained me, I think Mr. Raj, that there's voice problem. Well, I think voice problem may be on your end. I tried YouTube and I was getting voice. Check your line, and if you still you are not getting voice, because I did not get any complaint from someone else, I presume that it's okay. So I close this now, and I hope you got something. You can comment on that if you got some, and if you are from engineering field, and if you are not from engineering field, then I cannot say that. If you got something, or should I improve on that, or my English is clear to you, or it's not clear to you, or my speed is slow or it's fast, if you want, you can give comments. I'm not trying to translate it during talks, because I feel that this should be world oriented, not simply our country oriented. This is something different. This is not our internal matter. Engineering is forever all. Only for that purpose I am using English. And if you think that in between somewhere I give hint of means, that's different one, and we can tell that, but it will waste times of those who refer to this for some reason, those people. And also in south part of this country where there is no Hindi, and many other parts, northeast of here, where people want to refer this also to my structural engineer, where I copy this or I refer this, or I join, is what I say, I link to LinkedIn and Twitter and structural engineers forum of India. These three I link this specific talk of engineering. There are people who probably are interested. The structural engineers forum is a big one, more than 20,000 members there, and also LinkedIn is many one. Yeah, so I just try to serve to general in this way. And if things, some comments, you can write that. That's no problem to me. I will read that and come accordingly. Thank you very much for this.